Thank you, everybody. Apologies again for the late start. We've just obviously had a discussion about the announcements that happened with the government last night. This will be the first live streamed meeting. All the other meetings that we've had, or the briefings that we've had since the start of the triennium, have been recorded but not live streamed. So this will be the first one to be live streamed. So welcome if anybody is watching the live stream right now. The first briefing we have is council engagements. That's Teflon and not Amy, but we've got other awesome people. So we'll let everybody else introduce themselves. Over to you.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. So for those of you who don't know, I've got Cam and Pim here, and Philippa is online. Amy's not here, sends her apologies because she is in the staff briefing that Stephanie's doing. So we did have a cast of a few people like Jessie to talk to their pieces, but in fact we've released them all to go and listen to the Chief Executive. And we will be covering as best we can. Probably means the briefing will go a little bit quicker on some of these slides. And if you have got questions that we can't answer, then we'll just take a note of those and make sure that we come back to you with them. And Cam and Pim will introduce themselves when they get to be speaking. So. Broadly, the purpose of the briefing today is to provide a little bit more information on some of the forums that you have already allocated to, so on your 19th of November council meeting. And also, in addition to these established forums, we've got other key relationships, and we wanted to just talk you through how staff work with councillors to help you manage some of those, and that's the big piece of paper that you've got. But we will be taking feedback from you sort of offline. You don't need to provide that today. So if you want to put those down, you can look at those at your leisure and come back to us with any feedback on that. So I have got the pleasure of taking you through some of Amy's first lot of slides. So we'll take a little bit of it as read. Happy to say take questions and answers, the ones that we can between us. I think Cam and I can probably answer most questions on these first few. So we want to cover off some of the forums and in the context of the relationship. So as we go through, you'll see that a lot of these forums have the same entities on them as some of the key relationships that we've got, and predominantly the territorial authorities you'll see coming through in these relationships. And obviously that is key given what has just been announced. So Regional Transport Committee is the first one. So this is a statutory committee that's established under the Land Transport Management Act. Core functions, as we've got up there, you've got a land transport plan, and that does come back to this council for approval. So although it's prepared under that committee, it does come back here. It is one of your functions to approve that plan. And then coming back with advice, the two members that you appointed at the 19th are the Chair and Deputy Chair, and that is Chair Swiggs and Councillor Davies. And we've got quarterly meetings, and you'll see that as a bit of a theme as well. Most of these are going through with quarterly meetings. The key initiatives, as I say, is that Regional Land Transport Plan, and that runs on the same time period as our LTP, which is not that helpful given one is the RLTP and one is the LTP. And we have had in the past some confusion with the community when we've been consulting on the LTP around public transport. So we do have to separate those things, but they are separate initiatives. And the other key bit I wanted to point out down here is the fact that it is our staff who provide the Secretariat support for this forum. So coming off that, we've got Chair Swiggs comes from our Regional Transport Committee and goes through into this South Island Regional Transport Committee Chairs group, which then adds in some other entities, NZTA and Kiwi Rail on this as well. So, and again, our staff provide the forum for that. So I think you may have already met Jessie Burgess, since it's Jessie's team that looks after these two. Moving on to the Canterbury Mayoral Forum, which is meeting this week, and Chair Swiggs will be across all of this already. So this forum meets February, May, August, November, and you'll notice that some of the others are on a similar cadence for the meetings. Again, it's got the mayors of the territorial authorities, and I'm sure you're all aware of the functions of the Mayoral Forum, and you'll probably be hearing quite a lot more about that over the coming few weeks.
Yeah, just on the Mayoral Forum is quite, I call it almost like it's not as public as it could be in terms of the stuff that happens within there. So I'm hoping to try and bring light to some of the stuff that happens in the Mayoral Forum, and I'm going to work with the Deputy Chair on that as well.
That'd be great to learn about what happens in the Mayoral Forum.
I haven't been to one yet, so I'll tell you when I find out. First, yeah, I've got
okay.
John Sunkel and then Ian McKenzie.
Just a point on that, there are the other meetings, there are the agendas, but as the mayors say, they sit in a forum and have conversations about the future that they have never discussed with their fellow councillors and their councils. So there's some blue sky thinking that happens that makes them very nervous about expanding the conversation into a live stream or a recorded event, because they are sitting having conversations about things that have not been discussed at other tables. So there is a balance between the openness and the ability for them to have greater good conversations.
Ian?
I just wonder if this discussion is sort of focused on business as usual rather than looking at what we're meant to be doing, the future that's clearly coming towards us, and whether we're addressing these appointments. I've got no issue with you being the appointments to both the previous two things, but we need to be thinking about how we're transitioning to the new structure, in which case can we use these forums to actually expedite that transition?
Well, we only found out about that yesterday. We still, the direction from from everybody that I've spoken to is that council still has business to do until we don't have the business to do as a governing body. But I do take your point, Ian, that as we go through this process, we are going to have to rapidly change and adapt so that we can respond appropriately.
So my point is that we should be thinking about how we populate these organisations with that future in mind, shouldn't we, rather than just business as usual and pretending that the world isn't changing.
Carry on.
Oh,
Do you have a question, Sarah?
Yes. Do we ask questions as you go along, or yeah? Thank you. Thank you. Just in the Regional Transport Committee, you've got a membership there, and it doesn't include Kiwi Rail, but in the South Island Transport Committee, it does. Is that right? So why don't we have membership of Kiwi Rail in Canterbury Regional Transport Committee?
I can answer that. We need to get the minister's approval to have a person on that committee. The only two regional council or regional transport committees that have a member of Kiwi Rail on them are Auckland and Wellington, because there's more of an intersection with public transport in those areas. However, we made sure that we had a Kiwi Rail representative at our meetings when we could get them, and gave them speaking rights so that we could understand how that interaction was there. I'm not too sure if the new chair of Regional Transport Committee wants to do that, but that is open, and Kiwi Rail are very open to being at those meetings.
Thank you.
Can I make a point, Dion? I mean, you made the point yourself. You don't understand what the Mayoral Forum does specifically, but this piece of paper here, I think, we should table that at the Mayoral Forum, because that is something that we need to understand how the mayors are going to consider that. And that may be a starter for 10 in terms of this combined territorial boards approach to what came out yesterday. I know it's all very new. We haven't knocked the cobwebs off it yet, but maybe that's something that you could table.
It is going to be something that I table,
Thank
absolutely.
You.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, so at the Mayoral Forum, we will be having a discussion about the what happened yesterday, and my intention will be to bring that feedback back to this council so that we can further that discussion and understand where the different TAs in our region are thinking, because absolutely we're joined at the hip in this. Any other questions? No, carry on then.
Cool. Thank you, Chair. So just one other thing to point out, and in the business as usual scenario here, is the second to last bullet point on the Mayoral Forum, that the decisions of the Mayoral Forum are not binding on the member councils. You still have to make decisions. So although the Mayoral Forum may agree something, for example, the Climate Action Plan, you still have to bring back your piece of that to this council to make your own decisions around sort of funding and what your part of that is. So we can also send out some information just linked through to the Mayoral Forum website, which will just give you a sense of some of the initiatives that are underway. The next slide on just actually covers some of those as well, but just to make sure you've got that background, Councillor Moody as well, so we can send that out to all councillors. And also to Councillor Mackenzie's point around sort of business as usual versus future state. As I said at the beginning, you'll notice the territorial authorities in pretty much all of these. So all of these are opportunities to have conversations with some of your colleagues across the district and city council. So.
Can I just say also, one thing I should have added, Dion, is that at the Mayoral Forum they have all the CEs are there across the territory, and they have a CE who is the lead, and I think it was Hamish Riak in the last one. And so a lot of the business that's getting done is done by the CEs, and then a bit like this, that business is brought in front of the mayors.
Thank you. So these are a couple of the subgroups that the Mayoral Forum has got. So we appointed, or you appointed, Councillor Campbell to the Climate Champions Reference Group at your last meeting, and then coming up in the meeting on the 10th of December is the Biodiversity Champions appointment that will come through. And these are some of the work initiatives that are going on at the moment. So the Climate Partnership Plan, the Energy Work Stream, and the Water Management Strategy, which can be Water Management Strategy, which Cam will talk a bit more about, which I know that councillors are well aware of. So I'm going to hand over to Cam now to talk about the management strategy.
Nick.
Thanks, Taff. Just any more info on that Canterbury Biodiversity Champion one? I see my name is provisionally against it. 4 times a year. Do they meet here? Do you know? Was it somewhere far away, or anything? Was that? Get back to me on that one, maybe. We might be the best.
Through you, Chair. Sorry, just quickly, my name is Cam Smith. I'm the Senior Strategy Manager that looks after our Environmental Regulation and Protection core service. Just on that one, I'm not quite sure where they meet. The quarterly appointments are based on how often they thought they should meet. And so there's a decision that will go to the Mayoral Forum on re-establishing that group for this triennium, and then council appointments will follow that. Yeah. So we can come back to with more detail on where they meet. Yeah. Oh, sorry, just who it is. It's council representatives from across the 10 territorial authorities and a member from this council. Yeah, so it's at the councillor level. Excellent, thank you. So I have a few slides here on the CWMS and the zone committees and now the local leadership group work. We've got a few slides here because it's important to bring everyone up to speed for those that were involved in this over the past several years. It has been a big body of work that we have been undertaking on direction from the Mayoral Forum. So it very closely links to the previous slides on the Mayoral Forum. This is a Mayoral Forum body of work, however lots of the mahi is led out of this organisation. And so I know, and obviously a number of you, in particular some new councillors, have had involvement within the Canterbury Water Management Strategy and the Zone Committee, so this won't be news to you all. However, the CWMS was adopted by the Mayoral Forum in 2009 and provides a collaborative framework to help manage Canterbury's water. It came out of largely kind of water security issues and a number of droughts that happened in the late 90s and the early 2000s. And it really kind of acknowledged that we need a shared up and collaborative approach to managing water in Canterbury. So as part of that, 10 zone committees across 10 water zones were stood up, along with the regional committee, really to engage community and develop solutions to local water issues. And they had a big role in some of the sub-regional planning that occurred over the 2010s. However, since the establishment of those, and particularly since the large bit of planning work kind of concluded that they went through, the context has changed, and so there are a number of questions around the ongoing effectiveness and purpose of these groups. And so this really kind of boiled up into about 2023 when questions were asked about the ongoing viability of these groups. And the regional committee was discharged in 2023. Shortly following that, the Mural Forum initiated a review of zone committees in 2024. And that was a big body of work that involved engagement with this council, obviously, Canterbury mayors, zone committees, territorial authorities, and Papatapu Runanga. And the findings of that review were presented to the Mural Forum in August of last year. And advice was requested by the Mural Forum on how best to support local freshwater leadership into the future. So in order to answer that question, the Mural Forum set up a working group that included 5 or 6 mayors, a number of Papatapu Runanga chairs, and the Canterbury Regional Council, the chair. And they were set up to advise and create advice that would go back to the Mural Forum. And so the Mural Forum received advice in May 2025 from that group. Endorsed the working group's findings, which highlighted zone committees were no longer the preferred approach in some areas. And this is one of the tricky things associated with this work, because zone committees are still kind of beloved and be highly effective in some areas, and Kaikoura is kind of the shining example there. However, in other areas there were questions and concerns, and a number of you know that the zone committee for the Hurunui Waia Ufa was disestablished back in 2021, which is the flip side of showing that they weren't supported everywhere. And so through that process, there was also a support of the CWS's vision and fundamentals, and they remain critical, and they're continually supported. However, noting that a replacement model is needed. So a model of 8 local leadership groups, and I'll get into more detail on this, that connect councils and Papatapu Runanga at a local leadership level, was then endorsed by the Mural Forum. And the primary function of these groups is to prioritise, align and recommend strategic catchment actions to councils and work with community to drive on-ground action. So the working group took advice to the Mural Forum, and the Mural Forum endorsed that and set these eight local leadership group based on hydrological catchments, and we can see them up there. And so there's 1 through to 8. However, the Mural Forum noted that there would be ongoing refinement needed because there's more conversation needed around some of them. The conversation's been very straightforward around some of these areas. If you think about the Clarence Waia Toa Kaikoura, that's been somewhat straightforward. So it's been straightforward when dealing down south, number 8, around the Waitaki and grouping together the upper and lower Waitaki. However, there's a number of dashed areas up here where conversations are ongoing with mayors and Runanga chairs around what these boundaries should look like, particularly around the Ihutai, which is just next to kind of Christchurch there. And whether that sits within 5 or 3. There's a question around the Rakaia, whether that sits with 5 or that should be treated separately. And again, with the Rangitata, which sits between 6 and 7. And there's an ongoing conversation about whether that should sit with the Hakatiri, and that's the view of that we heard loud and clear at a meeting at Ashburton District Council several months ago, or whether it sits with the kind of Orari, Temuka, Ōpahi, Pareora zone. So there's still work going here, so it is progressing, and there has been kind of commitment to these groups, but there's still refining to happen.
Hi.
Did some, yeah.
Okay, just in a practical sense, if a community, which is happening to me at the moment in for Horseville River, they wanting to set up a catchment group. So, do we just go ahead, or is there some sort of arrangement we have to go through with the core services, and how do we proceed in helping and enable such a group?
They are not functions of this council, they are functions of the community. So the community rises up and says, we are going to put a catchment group or a whatever group together, community group, they do it. So it's not a function of this council. It's for us to support, but we do not organise or run. Correct?
Correct, and we heard loud and clear, I think, by all parties through this process, is that these are by no means directing the work of catchment groups or seen as governing catchment groups. These local leadership groups were set to bring councils of Papatapurunanga together at the governance level. However, we have heard through this is that connection into the community is really important. So the conversations happening catchment by catchment or local leadership group by local leadership group is what does community engagement look like, or community connection look like. In Kaikoura, we've heard that they would like, and this was with the council and with Urunanga up there, we talked about 3 or 4 community members that sit on this local leadership group. Down south in Hakatiri, Ashburton, talked about one kind of member who might represent a community advisory group sitting on the local leadership group. So it is looking a little bit different across Canterbury, which was a key part of this is the discretion and making sure it suits local needs. And so that's is what we're pushing at the moment, pushing forward with.
Ian and then Andrea.
So I think one of the questions that is going to come up, and there's been significant change in mayors around the district. Well, first is Ashburton pushed very hard for community representation. There's no point in having local water groups if you don't actually have any locals on them, which is the initial proposal, which Ashburton has rejected, regardless of the mayoral forum's vote in support of it. The second issue is really the geographical boundaries. And I'm not sure why you're changing from the existing zones, because a lot of our plan changes are aligned to the zones. And if you change the zones, then does that render our particular sub-regional plans requiring further change for the sake of change, rather than because we're actually trying to achieve something that those sub-regional plans don't achieve? And if that's if there's no fundamental, if we are required then to have new sub-regional plans just for the sake of, because we've changed the boundaries, then is that a useful way of using regional council money or ratepayers' money? And it seems to me that that's lining us up for a huge amount of fanning around without actually achieving anything in terms of restructure without purpose.
Through you, Chair, yes, the geographic and the boundaries of this has been as you'll know, Councillor McKenzie, has been an ongoing question. Some have supported the shift, others haven't supported the shift to these hydrological catchments versus CWMS water zones. It has been it's been very much Mayoral Forum led in the work of that working group, and that's where they landed rather than staff advice. And so the Mayoral Forum landed on that. We know Ashburton's a good example that there wasn't necessarily support to the new boundaries. However, we know others have talked about how this better reflects the hydrological catchments, particularly around braided rivers. So rather than braided rivers being as a kind of a boundary between water zones, these are actually captured within the particular catchments. So this really does talk to some of the trickiness of this work as we move forward, because we're trying to make it work and meet the needs of both territorial authorities, regional councils and Papatapurunanga in particular, but also noting that there's a lot of community interest in these as well.
So I've got Andrea, and then we'll go to Sarah, and then John.
Kia ora. Remember me from Banks Peninsula Water Zone Committee? So you came in, it was a good thing, I think, and we've come up with a more bespoke form for these. But what I wanted to know, for the leadership groups, what would be the main difference in outcome from a zone committee?
Sorry, through you, Chair. Yes, so what we found with zone committees, and this is reflected by a number of parties, and Ashburton, for instance, District Council carried out their own review and they found something similar, was as they moved after the heavy lifting that was associated with plan making and creation of the zone implementation plans, which still hold incredible value, and shifting into kind of the disbursement of action plan funding, really the strategic nature of those groups dropped away. And so what the Mayoral Forum and the working group was asking, how do we make these groups more strategic? And so when we talk about the form and the function of these, or particularly the function of these, we're looking at, well, how do these groups identify what are the key issues that need to be kind of resolved, or the key opportunities that need to be taken advantage of locally within a particular catchment? How do we align, how do the work programs for these groups align to long-term plan and annual plan processes, which wasn't done in the past with regard to zone committees? It was more of a kind of almost a want to submit on annual plan and long-term plan processes. However, we're really looking to align the work programs of these so they can provide advice and recommendations into councils early in the piece to inform councils' thinking with regard to long-term plan development.
Sarah, and then I will go to Claire Mackay, and then we'll go to John Faulkner.
Thank you, Chair.
Genevieve.
Somebody who has been involved with catchment management from the hills to the coastline, dealing with sediment and water quality and that sort of thing. I do agree with the catchment approach. I think it's really important that we look at land use throughout the catchment, which includes forestry and all other land uses. So I just would like to say that I'm very much for the catchment approach, and I thank you for your work.
Claire?
I'm not sure whether we're getting up to the slide, but that slide would do. I've seen a piece of paper come out recently with 9 groups being mentioned. I'm not sure whether it's in a briefing that's coming up, but I've just read it recently, so I guess it might have been. Is the separation between Waimakariri and Christchurch? Or is that just some misprint on a piece of paper?
Through you, Chair, that's what we're toying with at the moment, and we need direction from the Mayoral Forum on this, because ultimately there's questions about whether the Rakaia should be treated separately, so that's the shaded yellow, and there's a question about ihutai as well, and that's the shaded pink, and whether or not they are treated together or separately. So that's where the increase in numbers is coming from.
So I guess supplementary, if I may, through you, Chair, is just the importance of the CWMS strategy and the zippers that were done. And if we start dividing it up into too many little minor bits, then you're still going to have bits that haven't got anything around them. And I know, for example, Kaikoura hasn't done necessarily a zip addendum, but certainly been a small a zone that's been particularly involved with our work, planning and so forth after the earthquake up there. I guess, I'll just leave it there at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Claire. John Faulkner.
Yeah, thank you for that. One of the concerns I have is the leadership areas and the relationship to the zips. And I know in the Hurunui Waia, our community is very proud of the zip that they developed. And that was an integral part of perhaps the collapse of the Hurunui Waia Zone Committee, because we struggled with implementation and that set parties against parties. So my question is, where do those zips line going into the future, given that we've gone from 10 to 8 and there's perhaps a disconnect in some of the areas to a zip that's been written, and also I know in the Hurunui Waia that zip is a key part of the design and implementation process going forward for the community engagement. I don't think we're particularly unusual up there, but we're very passionate about the community engagement process, and that's the piece that's missing for me at the moment.
Through you, Chair. So there's a couple of the zips through the process. We've heard time and time again how valuable they are. And so what my team is doing at the moment is looking through the zips to kind of inform the first bit of advice we'd take to these groups about what the key kind of unresolved issues might be, or the opportunities that were never grasped might be to take to these groups. I think you're right, there will be some kind of complexity given the shift in boundaries. I'm comfortable we can kind of work through that. But just particularly with regard to the Huranui, though, and their engagement there with Mayor Black and staff up there has just been, without the zone committee, some of the key kind of land and water engagement has dropped away, and so Mayor Black, who was on the working group, has remained very supportive of this work and to get it started. Yeah.
Is there something you wanted to add to that, Ian?
Well, just my other comment is that, again, the same comment as I made earlier, is that we're highly likely we're in a transition period, and so we need to think about how these new groups can contribute to the potential new structure rather than the old structure. Otherwise, we're building in very rapid unemployment into the process if we don't think about the future. And that might signal a change in actually having more community people involved in these rather than and less. Well, there won't be any regional council, so it's actually then community and district council might be the important components, and runanga.
I think they will also be very useful to help this council inform how we respond potentially to the RMA reforms if we can stand them up quickly, especially with the community feedback and stuff. So there's definitely different views there. Some people want them, some people don't. Anyway, I've got Councillor Robinson.
No, thank you. I agree with a lot that's proposed up there as well as the local leadership groups for the individual WCO rivers in particular. The Ihutai catchment, standalone as a local leadership area, is all very well and good, but then I ask the question, on its own merit, there's other areas along the coastline that are similar, intertidal sort of lagoons and stuff, and they don't get the same sort of oversight as a local leadership level. And I'm wondering if there's the ability to adapt it into something that's a little bit more broad, like a coastal leadership group that looks at the CMA, like the issues on the landward side of the coast, like sediment and the likes, and then the coastal side. And because we've got no oversight from the Waiau to the Waiho, absolutely nothing. No, can I just finish what I'm saying? I've been harking on about this for 3 years, and a lot of people are concerned with water quality. It doesn't necessarily have to mean fisheries and all that stuff. There's other things going on, from pest species to water quality. I just think we need something to oversight. It doesn't have to be standardised as a something or other, but a leadership model would be great to at least look at. That's my 2 cents worth.
Through you, Chair. So when the working group and then the mural, that particular idea didn't come up. So I don't have a clear answer there. However, just noting, with regard to Ihutai and the other shaded areas, not necessarily suggesting that there should be separate groups for those, but they reflect where there's still ongoing engagement or discussion between the three groups in particular about landing where they should sit.
Who was next? John was next.
Just pointing out, Meg Liddon will be bringing the conversation to the Merrill Forum around community engagement and involvement and how those leadership structures are being looked at. She was quite strong in her views yesterday when I was talking to her on those matters. So just a heads up.
Yes, she's shared that with me as well. So it's definitely, the community engagement is going to be definitely a part of the conversation. Claire?
Just with regarding to Councillor Robinson's comments, I know is certainly involved in Waimakalele. The Hapu Ashley Rakahuri estuary was very important, even though it is part of the CMA. It was certainly not. It was certainly considered in our planning perspective and in our zipper, and I know that same applied in Hiranui. I sat on that committee for a short period before it's disappeared off the and certainly there was a strong interest in what was happening at the river mouths in the Hapu up there, and even in Waipara as well. So I don't think that we necessarily need one for all up and down the coast, because I'm sure that it probably applies in Ashburton as well. And I know Timaru spent a lot of time around Washdyke and that area.
Anyway, is there any further questions on this slide? Otherwise, we'll move. We've got.
Yeah.
We'll move on. We'll move on to the next stuff, and then if it's okay, we'll move on to the next.
Excellent. So this is just a bit of a progress update. So there've been a number of establishment hui is what we're framing them as, which involve getting the key parties together and almost what I've been framing, getting drafting instructions from these groups around what a terms of reference should look like, how do they want to structure it, what does community membership look like, and whether or not there's agreement to the particular boundaries that sit in place. We are, hoping and tending to have these establishment hui completed by early 2026, in which we can then actually stand these groups up with terms of reference, etc. One of the key...
Deputy Chair, Yain.
Kia ora, Cam. Just go back to the other slide. I mean, you've got those 4 there, I know, so I think next week, is it next week? You've got a couple of hui coming up, I think Monday, Whakaropo, and also the Waitaki Waiho one. So is Runanga, I mean, I know they're invited, but have they said yes or...
Yes, they have. Yeah, we've got good representation, particularly the Whakaropo Te Pātika one for Banks Peninsula. There's good representation there. And there is, we have got representation at all of them. That's been one of the key things, getting these meetings set up as far as possible, making sure we have those key 3 groups there.
So the outcome for these 4 hui are just kind of consolidating how to move forward, and then you won't be discussing terms of reference here, or yes?
We've taken draft terms of reference to the previous hui as almost a template for terms of reference, so that we can say, well, this is the shape that it might look like. From these hui, we then will build into that terms of reference what it looks like for Te Pātika. So they look, they are kind of bespoke to the particular catchment, so they can kind of reflect, is it a collaborative agreement they want in place? How many community members? How often do they want to meet, etc.?
Kia ora, ngā mihi.
Yep, Andrea.
One more little thing. It's just building on what Genevieve said. So that hapua at the mouth of the Hiranui, it's quite a significant thing. And does it just fall into, is it in limbo? Because it's sea, but it's river. So how and who looks after that?
Through you, Chair, we're certainly not suggesting that these groups shouldn't turn their mind to that. If these groups thought a particular hapua was of a priority and should focus kind of council's attention towards that, is absolutely be in scope.
How many slides do we have left?
We've got a couple on this in terms of the Action Fund, but also we can go through the relationship piece quite quickly, but we did want to get some time for catchment groups, because we know that was raised by councillors while we've got Pim and Philippa here, so we can keep some time.
If we can get these next 2 questions through, and then we'll get into, so Councillor Moody, have you got a question that you wanted to ask?
Thanks for the overview, Cam. So these local leadership group catchments, I've worked in this space all my life, founded my first river care group at 16, still on the board, did it at ECAN. And I'm just getting my head around what we do, because I've been out of the house for a couple of years. Like, do we give, in terms of support to these groups, what support do we provide? And I guess the solution I've jumped to is that I've observed from a lot of river care groups I've been on that having an admin person paid even just a couple of hours a week is generally the critical turning point from a bunch of volunteers through to actually getting runs on the board. Do we provide any funding to these groups, or do we just sort of organise meetings and things, and then it's all up to them? What's the level of support?
Through you, Chair, and that's a good question. Just making really clear the difference between these local leadership groups, which there might be some kind of honoraria for attendance, particularly with Arunanga or community members, but then catchment groups itself, and typically, and Pim might be able to talk to this when within his slot. We have funded catchment groups, etc., through something such as action plan budgets or the Waitaha Action to Impact Fund. And a great example, looking back down to Ashburton, there is the way in which we supported through that zone committee supported funding through to a facilitator for the Mid Canterbury Catchment Collective. Yeah.
So it's the case by case contestable funding sort of model for groups. Yeah.
For catchment groups, yeah.
Carry on.
Okay.
Oh, did you have a question, Sarah?
Thank you, Chair. And this might be one for you. I'm just not quite clear where this leadership groups fit under our core services.
Through you, Chair, they're delivered through Environmental Regulation Protection Core Service. And so we have a service within their local action support, and so some of this sits within there. However, it's delivered through, the most part of this is I have a strategy facilitation team in my area that we used to be zone facilitators, and now they're focused on supporting establishment of these groups.
There seems to be quite an overlap between the rivers core services and hazards and the catchment and this work. So how do we meld those two?
Yeah, and through Chair, I have staff working in both those spaces, and so they work both within the very closely with the rivers section, particularly thinking of supporting biodiversity outcomes through our rivers work that kind of align with the biodiversity outcomes that we want in.
And sediment?
Exactly, sediment, yep.
Okay, we'll carry on.
Okay, excellent, thank you. I will rip through a couple of these and move through quite quickly. So obviously councillors will have a key role within these groups. And part of the reason of coming to you today and spending a bit more time through these slides is that we are hoping when we put together these next set of meetings that we have councillors representing Canterbury Regional Council at the upcoming hui, and particularly kind of local councillors, and then noting when we actually set these groups up with the terms of reference, etc., we will be seeking council appointments to these groups, and that process will kick in 2026. So I just want to move through to this last slide here, which is the approach to the CWMS Action Plan budget. So this is a budget that has been set within the long-term plan, and it's $500,000 per year. And this has previously been a key part of what zone committees do, and they've provided recommendations on projects through a locally contestable process. And they've provided recommendations. So they've had, Arunanga councils, community members sitting around the table to look through projects, make recommendations, and then we enter into funding agreements with those project leaders. And so, importantly, because we don't have zone committees in place, and the local leadership groups aren't yet stood up, we're proposing to carry over this funding, the $500,000 of funding, into the next financial year, and then that would will be put into reserves, and so there'd be a lift in expenditure next year, but it would have no impact on rates, and so that would go alongside the $500,000 that's in the existing annual plan for these groups next year.
Clear? And then John.
So you're suggesting there's not going to be a 500,000 out this year? Is that what I heard you say?
Correct.
What's the letter that was sent out to catchment groups which says that staff have decided that a fund will open on the 1st of December 2025 and close on 13th of February 2026? And Pim might like to answer it, that it's contestable talking about that 500,000, because it is at odds with the briefing paper, which is exactly what you've talked about, which is in our annual plan workshop briefing letter. So,
yeah. So, just to introduce myself, called Pim de Monchiaho, I'm the Water and Land Manager. That letter was sent out by Philippa and myself based on early indications of where we might be heading, and we may have sent that out slightly prematurely. So we're waiting for councillors to provide any further feedback on whether that process is going to proceed or not.
See, I wasn't aware of the letter either.
it's been spread quite widely across Canterbury, I'm afraid.
Well, it opens on the 1st of December, doesn't it? Is that what I'm just
Next week. Monday.
Yeah, well, I wasn't aware of that myself.
Well,
if we've set an expectation out to the public with a letter, then I suppose we're going to have to honour that in a way. It's workable. It is what it is.
It is workable. Apologies for that oversight. There has been a miss there. There is at the same time the Christchurch Biodiversity Targeted Rate is opening, and the Waitaha Action to Impact Fund is opening.
I mean, it's no big deal. I mean, the money is there. We're waiting for it to go out to communities. So I mean, it's 6 here, half a dozen the other way. So I don't want anybody to feel bad about sending a letter to get this money out to communities. But we just need to make a call. When I had the information to bring into this briefing, I wasn't aware of that letter, so that's why we've got it in reflected this way. But if we've already sent a letter out, I suppose the council's just got to give an indication to say, are we comfortable with following that and allowing that to be the process?
Well, I expect, that's what we can do in the next briefing. It'll just mean that it'll sit here rather than be carried forward, is how I've understood it. So that's fine by me, but I thought there was two opposing streams of information for us on the same day.
Through the chair, we had a meeting last week, didn't we, Dion? When Cam and that came in, and we were thinking that the 500 would go to the leadership groups, and then they would be the ones who actually have something to give out. Because otherwise, having that money there, it'll give them the opportunity for the community come through the leadership group, leadership groups. So that's where I thought it was going, but I mean, it still can probably happen like that, and we just have to say that it goes through these guys instead of coming through us.
I mean, the leadership groups won't be stood up until the next annual plan anyway, so there will be budget. It was just we were thinking that, okay, if the budget's not going to be spent this financial year, we'll lump those two together so that there's an extra hit for when these leadership groups potentially stood up. But if we've already sent an indication out to our communities, there is a clear expectation there that we've got the money for this year. We've rated it for this year. So let's just we'll discuss it in the next term. I mean, in the next briefing. It's not the next term. Any other discussion on that particular point? We've got John.
Yeah, thank you for that. That $500,000, I have an issue with that. I think it's targeted in the wrong direction, because the projects are good in themselves. I don't argue with projects, but we're heading into a process where catchment groups themselves are the key provider of a lot of the outcomes that we want. So instead of targeting the money to actual projects, would it perhaps not be better to put that money into the help for the establishment of catchment groups? Because I know in our land care group, we've got 8 or 9 underlying catchment groups that we're supporting, and one of the key requests we have is for funding to get the catchment group up and running, and I just wonder whether that money would be more effectively spent in supporting the establishment of catchment groups than actual projects, and leave the project funding up to the new group.
Through you, Chair, I think that would be a really great conversation for this council. It's getting quite late in the financial year to be to kind of be really thinking about how this gets directed. However, there is 500,000 within the next annual plan, and how it gets directed would be a really useful conversation to have with this council.
Anyone else on that matter? We've got Peter.
Oh, just that we have an expert in the building on catchment groups and how they're set up and how they're funded.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering whether we shouldn't see, because there does need to be an integration somehow in terms of, and some support, but central government for MPI also, set these things up and put a lot of money into them. And I don't think, I support what you're saying, but I don't think that we should just step away from this and step into this and let MPI step away from it. I think we need to get some advice on that, and Amy's obviously a key person in that. So maybe strategy needs to have a talk to Amy about it.
Yeah, I have a couple of thoughts on that, if it's okay.
You go for it.
So
we've only got 5 minutes or so left in this briefing, or 7 minutes according to that clock over there. So
I'll do it through my slides then when they come up.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. So then just very briefly, the last of the forums that we're going to talk about was the Greater Christchurch Partnership.
Now that one's going to be really fascinating given yesterday's announcement.
Yeah, in fact, all of these, because you will see all of these have got particularly the TA layer going through. So they're all an opportunity around the relationships, but they will all be interesting as they unfold. So I'm going to take these slides as read here, and just noting that the secretariat for this is Christchurch City Council, not us, this one, but we do have staff involved. So if you've still got your induction books on page 22, there's more information about each of these as well as leaving you with the slides. So I'm very, very quickly going to touch on these. I'm also going to take these slides as read. You will have seen that you've got a copy of this and you've been sent it electronically. We've taken on board what you said at the Noho Marae in terms of this is not the time to be looking to buddy up and use these relationships as learning opportunities. So we've done a first best guess as the allocation, largely around constituent relationships. But we'll take your feedback, please, if we can, in terms of whether we've got these right or not. So we'll take these slides as read. The other thing that we have done is introduce the catchment groups as requested at the Noho Marae as well. So flicking straight through these. I'm going to move straight on to the catchment groups.
Just on the relationship stuff, just before we go into that quickly, we've got the remaining appointments to do for the 10th of December. We've got that board out there in the councillors area with some names on it. So we'll have if there's anything that anybody particularly wants to do and they're not part of on that board, let me or Yayan or anybody know, so we can have a discussion about that before we get to the 10th of December.
10th, because the paper says first, just for clarity,
It's the 10th for the appointments that will go through council, but the first is for any of the key relationships that are, for example, councillor allocations to the TAs and things like that. So that's up to you to decide outside the council decision-making forum. What we're asking for your feedback by the first on this big sheet here. Bring that back to any thoughts back to Elliot, and his email address is in here, and then we'll run them past the chair and deputy chair and confirm that with you all. The actual appointments that are formal appointments, the others will come back on the 10th.
So just to be clear, pieces of the big A3 piece that you've got there, any feedback on any relationships that anybody wants to be a part of, feed that back to
it's the emails in the PowerPoint here, but back to Elliot in my team, and then we'll collate all of that and run that through the chair and deputy chair, and then confirm it back with you. Okay. Yep.
By the first on that one. Yes.
By the first on that one. Yeah. Thank you.
Anybody got anything on that? Excellent.
Do we sort of talk amongst ourselves?
Talk amongst yourselves. We've got heaps of time. We've got some time later today as well.
Okay.
It's organic. Make it organic. Yep.
All right, councillors, I'd like to introduce you to Philippa Gardner online. She is our Principal Implementation Advisor for Catchment Groups, whose position has been co-funded for some time by MFE, but which is going to be funded purely by Environment Canterbury from December. So Philippa knows more than I do. Any of the specific questions can go to her. I think, firstly, we should celebrate the extent to which community and catchment groups have formed and are active in Waitaha, Canterbury. They're some incredible groups, some incredible achievements, and often very well aligned to the objectives and targets in our own planning documents. I'd note that the relationships are across ECAN, particularly in some of our catchment implementation staff, the water and land and the biodiversity and biosecurity teams, but definitely not exclusively. They also exist throughout the councils, throughout the councillors, and throughout the staff at ECAN, often in a personal or a voluntary capacity as well. The oldest group is over 25 years old, Upper Rangitata Gorge Landcare Group, with a focus on the broom-free braided river. There may be a contestable claim to be made there. I'd also note that the range of activity of these groups can be from 1 or 2 events or meetings per year, right through to NGOs with $3 million of annual turnover and professional staff and commercial activities. So we're talking about very different beasts or allies out there across the region. The other really big sort of elephant in the room that you'll all be aware of is we're moving from an environment where there's been a lot of central government investment in the formation of catchment groups since 2017, and much of that funding is now either ending or has already ended, and that's creating a huge amount of demand for replacement funding, as Councillor Faulkner referred to. I don't personally think that Environment Canterbury can or should attempt to completely fill the breach that central government has left behind with its decline in funding, but there is probably a real opportunity for us, as Councillor Mackay identified, to work on supporting the implementation that these groups have identified, and especially where they align with our zippers and our zips through the planning documents. Next slide, please. Just a couple of definitions. So community groups can be aligned around any environmental purpose, or not even environmental purpose. Catchment groups typically formed around a water and land issue. And then catchment collectives is a term that we use to describe organisations that act as a kind of umbrella group to a number of catchment groups or community groups within an area. Those definitions have come from the New Zealand Landcare Trust, but you'll appreciate that when we put numbers on the next slides, that sometimes it's are they in or are they out? These different definitions are a little bit loose, so that it's a moving feast. There are groups formed around pest management. There are groups formed around biodiversity. Some groups are formed around water quality understanding and a lot of monitoring, so that they can verify for themselves, understand the issues, and understand how the plan targets and limits relate to them. And there are other groups that have formed around the implementation through the Canterbury Water Management Strategy. The organisation ECAN has a long history of working with and supporting groups, and that has gone in different waves, often with contestable funding, sometimes with positional support, and I'll talk about the different types of roles that we have in a moment. Most of the groups, I think it was you, Councillor Gerard, asked, most of them form completely independently of council, but often through an awareness that might have been generated by an interaction with council. So the collaborative planning process that was run for the sub-regional plan changes generated a lot of awareness that then generated an interest in forming groups, and those groups have then either become completely or largely autonomous of the regional council, but often working alongside us. Sometimes Environment Canterbury is invited to be a member of the group or an occasional invitee. Sometimes we'll provide advice and information when asked, and sometimes we'll partner on initiatives when the project or program of work is so closely aligned with something that's funded through our long-term plan. Next slide, please.
We've got Sarah, do you have a quick question?
Do we help with, say, testing equipment, or with maybe testing equipment? Yeah,
We have helped with that that sort of funding, and the contestable funds that are open shortly, I think the Y Fund and some of the other funding has in the past been allocated to that sort of activity in a lot of different places.
Ashley? No, sorry. Okay, carry on, sorry.
Okay, so up on the screen now, you'll see a map with a whole lot of brightly coloured dots. And thanks, Philippa, for compiling this for us. As I said, it is a little bit of a moving feast, but I guess the takeaway here is that we have groups active all over the region, a little bit in proportion to population, and those groups are, ranging in activity, as I said, from 1 or 2 meetings or events a year through to NGOs with big turnover and operation.
Ian.
Can I just make the point, and we saw it when we were on the field trip, that actually having dots on the map tends to understate the spread of the catchment groups. And in fact, the Catchment Collective put up a map which showed the coverage of the areas that have been covered. And perhaps ECAN could get that copy of that map from the Catchment Collectives, because that would be much more useful in telling the story about their coverage.
Yeah, no, thanks, Councillor Mackenzie. The Mid-Canterbury Catchment Collective has member groups that span most of that Ashburton zone and, from the Rakaia to the Rangitata River. Right, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so here is a table which shows you a rough indication of the state of play. So in green, you'll see the catchment groups where they have formed around a water and land objective, and in blue is the number of groups that might be aligned with biodiversity or with some other environmental management objective, but that's still of interest to Environment Canterbury. So the total down the bottom right, 178, is approximate. The total number of catchment groups at 67 is also approximate, but I just wanted to give you an indication by zone of how that breakdown looked.
So if somebody wants to set up a group and be included on this list, how would they go about doing that? Okay. No, but if you can just give a quick answer, because it'll be quite useful for maybe people that are online.
Sure. Maybe I'll ask Philippa to answer that question from her perspective.
Kia ora koutou. We provide advice and support to groups around how to establish and who they can connect with, who can actually provide them with that solid information. And in actual fact, most of the best information will come from the groups that are already established now. And it's probably a good thing to note that the network in Canterbury is very strong and a well-connected network. So there are loads of other groups who can support new groups who want to get going, but we of course will provide advice and connection to those groups for those who want to establish.
So if Councillor Gerard wants to look at that Hallsville one, she can contact you and start that process and help?
Yes, certainly.
Excellent.
To get leverage funding to help, if you're setting up a new catchment group, if you work under a collective, you're actually more likely to get outside funding. So that's why all the Mid-Canterbury groups and the South Canterbury groups and Selwyn groups are operating under an umbrella. And North Canterbury, young Ensor runs that, doesn't he? Ben, across the whole of New Zealand now. But so you don't have to be ruggedly independent. There are collective organisations which then can hopefully acquire funds from outside.
Okay, well, if we've got any, we're eating into the next briefing. So if there's any specific questions on that or what's going on, I just wanted to get that one out. John, just quickly, press your button, John. John, your button.
Sorry, it goes back to the 500,000 that's available for spending. Now, if there was a tighter integration between Environment Canterbury services and the desired outcome of the catchment groups, would that give a better bang for buck than we currently have? I know on the Huranui Landcare group, at times where you would have liked to have engagement or more involvement or support from Environment Canterbury. And I see that as another potential mechanism to get that $500,000 and get a real good bang for buck. And with the RMA changes coming, there's a link in there as well. Do you think that's viable, Philippa?
I think wherever we have the opportunity to create greater collective impact, and that's where we align our work, then yes, it is a better way to use our funds and to be much more, effective.
Carry on, Pim.
Okay. The last point on that previous slide was just to mention that there is a Waitaha Regional Working Group, which brings together all of the agencies and NGOs that sort of support the catchment group community to try and bring together those parties. On this last slide, you'll see there that we've tried to say what the recipe for success is based on the experience and research into catchment groups. We've also said how we work with them. I personally believe that there is potential for ECAN's collaborative implementation of the zips and zippers to increase through catchment groups and catchment collectives. I would note, though, that the formation of new groups, it tends to drive demand for implementation funding then. So just be aware that incentivising the creation of groups is then going to create more demand for implementation funding because awareness leads to a desire to do something. I'd also say that our reliance on contestable funding processes, in my view, isn't always the best way to get funds out to groups. So the research shows that the process of applying for, receiving and then spending contestable funds is sometimes a barrier to achieving outcomes. And so my advice would be that this council could rely more on staff direct grant processes to achieve at least as good outcomes as we achieve through reliance heavily on a contestable funding process for funds like the $500,000.
Okay. Is there any other points there? Because we really need to move on to the next presentations.
That's all.
Question?
Really quickly on that, what we did when our funding at the zone committee was whittled down to 60, we took half of it and funded a fundraising awareness workshops for groups to make the groups more independent so they could know how to go out and get more money. So we used our money to teach people how to get more money, and that was really effective.
Excellent, thank you. And any last comments from staff? Thank you so much for the presentation.
I know I've got 1 minute. I've just got a couple of points if I can make. Yep, sorry. Again, we'll take these last couple of slides as read. The reason they're in here is because around the relationship and the appointments that you've got to different forums, just to be making councillors aware, there are probably protocols in those forums as to who is the spokesperson for them. So making yourselves aware of those. And then also we will bring this back as another briefing to talk about the spokesperson role and the media piece. And we've got media training and things that we can do. So we'll bring that back. And then the last one is just really to make this point that when we've been talking about all of these relationships, this is not our partnership relationship. So it is quite different. We don't obviously refer to our partners as stakeholders. And I'm sure Deputy Chair Cranwell and Councillor Mackay will be able to talk to councillors direct around how they want these relationships to work and how that's working in with the council. So thank you. And we've taken some points back from you, which we can bring back in future briefings. So thank you, Chair.
Genevieve, did you have anything quickly there?
Just to Taff, actually, just regarding those key relationships, I've just noted in the past that when we've had sort of like annual plan or submissions from key people when we need more engagement or outcomes from particular relationships, we've added a few people along the way. And I'm wondering if this is actually the opportunity to put some of those key people in place, to add them now, so we're not in that position later to have to add them. Do you know?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
We added Forest and Bird and EDS at one point because we realised how lacking it was, and I'm wondering if we can feed in now.
please do feed that in if you've got those thoughts. I mean, we're wanting your feedback by the 1st on key relationships. This is not all relationships. You will have hundreds of them yourselves, but if there are ones that you think these actually are going to strategically help us move, particularly in the current climate, you may have different thoughts on who that is now. So please feed those back through. You can come directly to me or through to the email that's in the PowerPoint to Elliot, and then we'll run that back through the chair and deputy chair, come back out to council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
We'll move straight on to the next presentation, which is a workshop on our council allowance and expenses policy. I just need to give every councillor a heads up that TV1 News is going to be in the room filming this for B-roll.
I need to go and powder my nose.
No, our lunch break is at 12:15, so we've got our lunch. Lunch break is at 12:15, so we'll just get through this presentation.
Are they filming this or the one after?
No, I think they're going to be filming this one, from what I understand. But it's only, from what my gather, is B-roll, not actually recording what we're saying.
Yeah, the film is just coming in.
Yeah. Oh god. Minutes on this, so we'll get right through it. We'll take most of it as read, but this is a workshop on council allowance and expenses policy that we have to do every triennium to establish what we do. In the context of everything that's going on, this is let's get through this. Over to you. We've got Lisa Goodman, Grant McKenna, and David Perinara O'Connell at the end of the table. I'll leave it to you guys to take it how you want to run it.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora koutou. Now, I'm certainly not going to go through every slide. In some respect, this is an administrative process that's done every 3 years. There will be a report to Council on the 10th of December seeking approval of amendments to the policy. Just want to briefly run through some of the amendments and probably spend most of the time just talking about a new home security system allowance that the Remuneration Authority has said councils may take up if they wish to do so. So first of all, can I just check? We pre-circulated copies of the presentation and also a document with yellow text. This is actually the proposed amended policy. So I will be cross-referencing to this in my presentation. Hopefully you all have a copy of that. And also just a very simple table that sets out some scenarios for when a risk assessment could be taken out for the home security system allowance. So 2 extra documents that were pre-circulated. So very quickly, in terms of the amendments that we made to the current policy, we tried tracking the changes and the document was a mess. So we've highlighted everything in yellow. I can assure you we have not deleted any entitlements. We deleted some archaic things like the general manager needing to approve the use of taxi chits by councillors, for example. So we've deleted a couple of old things like that. But what we have done to the purpose, it was over a page long, is that we've just streamlined it because it was quite repetitive and the document's already long enough as it is. So that's the change there in yellow. We've set out the purpose of the policy. We've stressed that in all situations we've got to be mindful of 2 things. One is the Remuneration Authority's annual determination that's currently in force, and we've got a link to their page where the current determination is set out. And secondly, guidance in the Auditor General's publication about sensitive expenditure. That's a really great best practice guide for public organisations and entities when expenditure for staff or elected representatives is in question. So that's the first change we've made. We've also made a change to page 8 and highlighted in yellow with regards to the childcare allowance. And what we've done here is the current determination for 25-26 has raised the entitlement up to $7,500. So this is a maximum. Council doesn't have to adopt this, but we have put it in the draft as an amendment. And we've also clarified, as per the authority's determination, that this expense should be while a councillor is for expenditure incurred while a councillor is on council business. So I just want to check in with councillors, are you comfortable with the new maximum?
Any comment? No, move on.
Thank you. Very quickly, just in terms of the next two slides, what we've done is clarified a distinction here when it comes to funding for conferences, courses and seminars. Now, the current policy is quite ambiguous here. It does talk about a fund for professional development, but also doesn't make it clear that occasionally there will be, in addition to the annual LGNZ conference, there will be occasions when a councillor or councillors are asked to represent Environment Canterbury at particular meetings. And as we say on page 9 of the amended document, could be official representation. You may wish to attend, for example, meetings in Wellington for advocacy purposes, as you are representing ECAN there, or there may be the meetings, conferences, there may be an element of building or maintaining connections or relationships. What we've also done on page 9 of the policy is clarify the purpose of professional development. That's in paragraph 45. And we've clarified the approval process, which wasn't very clear in the current policy, to make it clear that approval for professional development expenditure shall be authorised by the council chair. And of course, the Chair of Audit and Risk would approve any of the council chair's expenditure. And when it comes to representative duties in paragraphs 50, 51, 52, we talk about the council still needing to approve attendance at the annual LGNZ conference, but some of those additional LGNZ representative meetings, the young elected members hui, for example, Te Maruata, councillors attend these in a representative role, and so approval there would be authorised in writing by the council chair. So we really haven't changed the intent, but we have aimed to clarify the purpose of the funding and the authorisation process as well. So are there...
I've got a question from Councillor Claire Mackay.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. So just with respect to the clarity around the recommendations that you've outlined, the different expenditures, for example, the regional tour that precedes a local government conference in whatever local area it's been held, where does that now fall? Because I think that my understanding is that has actually generally come out of our CPD.
I think I'd refer to the chair on that occasion. I don't have a great deal of information about the nature and purpose of the tours, but if there was a representative element there, then
any type of LGNZ work would be a representative role.
Yeah.
You're representing the council with a group of other councils across the country. Oh, sorry,
I'm just reading this as, to be safe and clear, it would be nice just to put it in writing anyway. Put everything in writing, to send it to governance. This is what we're doing. And then you can pass it on.
That's correct. So the process to date has been, and we're proposing that it still continues, that a councillor makes a request to the chair through governance for agreement approval to attend a conference or a course or seminar using your professional development funding, or and I actually anticipate, in terms of the representative role or duties, then that will probably, the idea for that will probably come through a collective discussion of councillors anyway. You're aware of upcoming LGNZ hui, and so that's another avenue as well. But the process is governance ensure that the chair has all the information they need to be able to authorise attendance, and then governance does all the logistics arrangements for you.
I've got a question from Councillor Robinson, and then we'll move on.
Thank you through the chair. Just specifically, in the past when we've had the Making Good Decisions RM training, that's come personally from our own expenditure. And I'm wondering if that could, what would that look like in the future, considering we're going to have to be well versed on what's coming? I guess it needs to be looked at as to where that comes from. So I wonder if you've got a comment on that, please.
Well, currently we would still see funding for that course attendance coming from the Professional Self-Development Fund. That's what it's there to do, to assist councillors develop your governance skills and knowledge. So at the moment I would see that course still fitting within the parameters of professional.
Just on that, if there's collective stuff like the RM reform's going to come through, and we need to be upskilling ourselves as a governance table, I would expect that we would be able to get people in to have a collective conversation with us to upskill us in any particular points that we need. So those things will just come through the normal channels anyway. Yeah. Okay, we'll move on to the next one.
Okay, so this is really where we were keen to get some feedback from councillors today in terms of a proposed new allowance to be incorporated into your policy. I'm not going to go through this. I might just give you a few seconds to read that. And so this allowance is in response really to national concern about increased nature of threats. I know Local Government New Zealand has discussed this matter with its members, and the Remuneration Authority has recognised that concern and come up with this new allowance in its latest determination. And what we'd like to discuss with you today is whether or not you would like this incorporated in the policy. We have already, given the short time frame between now and 10th of December, we have on page 10 of the draft policy started to incorporate that. And should I go through this first, Chair, or should you?
I've got a question from Councillor McKenzie and then Councillor Scott.
Thanks, Dion. What pool of money is it proposed this comes out of?
It would come from general governance budgets.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, so I'm pretty interested in this in terms of establishing risk. Is it actual risk, or is it a perceived risk, or how do we go about ensuring that the money? So this is about 88 to 90,000 if we all did it. How's this to be assessed?
Yeah, and this is where a risk assessment is needed to be done so that it's more formal and done by an independent as well. So firstly, I think there needs to be a need raised. So if a councillor has that need, we can get the risk assessment done and assess what that is and the amount involved. Or not, there may be a choice that it's not needed and therefore there's no cost, no need. It's a choice we've got. The guidance has come from the REM Authority. It's our choice as to whether we implement it.
Any further questions?
Entry to that. I guess a risk assessment in terms of a personal perception is much more different than being able to assess by a third party. And I know that we've had discussions in this chamber before in the last triennium regarding that. And what I think is a risk and what you think is a risk are totally different.
Yep.
So on page 10 of the draft amended policy, in paragraph 57, so we're trying to think about how that assessment would be undertaken in a very professional and impartial, independent way. The policy here discusses that the assessment would be completed by a qualified independent party. There are quite a few organisations in Canterbury that could undertake this, and also utilise consistent criteria aligned to the government's protective security requirements framework. So that gives us an independent framework, Grant. Yeah, I might let Grant talk about that framework a bit more because he and his team know more about it than I do.
Can I just question whether, in fact, that assessment might cost more than the cost of the security system?
Yes, and again, it will have a cost associated with it for sure, and so that's a choice we can make, whether we go there or not. Is it worthwhile? Is there really a risk versus a perceived risk? These are all the things. I mean, the framework is there, and that's government expectations when it comes to personnel, physical and information security. I mean, they're really just responding to what's happening out there. We've seen lots of cases in the media. Minister Peters recently, all these examples. So it's our choice.
The determination was silent on whether the $4,500 that has been established is for the inclusion of the assessment and the install of the equipment, purchase of the equipment and install, or whether it's separate. So that's something that we probably need to discuss.
Usually when a new allowance like this is introduced, there's always a little bit of trial and error, and already the authority has come back with an amending determination to include installation as well as the original principal determination just had the purchase of, and the amending determination came back and said installation. As councils are looking at this issue and are seeking to implement it, I know that there will be some tweaks in terms of process for implementation, and there are also opportunities for us to partner with other councils too in terms of agencies that we work with perhaps, and looking for some cost savings. So we will look at that possibility as well. I guess so sometimes the devil is in the detail, but the principle in terms of the policy, that's what we will be asking you to consider on page 10, whether you want to have that policy and that allowance, and also you don't have to go up to the maximum value that the authority has set out. So it doesn't have to be 4,500.
So I've got a question here from Councillor Robinson, then I'll go to Councillor Ward, Moody and Mackay.
No, thank you for that. Through the chair, I'm actually probably digressing a wee bit, but with regards to security and personal security, I recall last triennium that we were having just a review of some of the internal building security stuff, and I was expecting to have some sort of report on that oversight of cameras and functionality of that, but it never actually eventuated. Never actually saw that.
Can we please take that offline and get an update on that? There must be an update somewhere. I'm just conscious of time, and I know we'll get an update. Is that okay for you? Sure.
And I was also just going to add that with regards to that, I mean, taking everything offline is one thing, but I should be able to comment. With regards to our personal IDs that we've received, the old one used to have a number on the back that we used to be able to call in if we're at a risk situation. The new one doesn't. So if that could be addressed too, please, at some point.
Nick.
Just a comment. To me, really, I feel that my property is more at risk when I'm not there than when I am here, when I'm way up here 4 days a week or whatever. So I don't actually feel unsecure when I'm actually at my property. It's more what's going to happen to my property when I'm not there. It's just a comment.
Nick Moody.
Yep, thank you for the presentation, and I hope this will be something that we can work through, the shared values of encouraging people into local government, in a time when we often see people not even standing or contesting seats, and increasing, unfortunately, threats to elected officials, which can target all of us alike, and also the shared value of spending our ratepayers' dollars wisely and ensuring we've got good processes. Maybe we can look to Te Auru Kahika and learn from others too. Yeah, kia ora.
Sankul?
Just a quick comment. PSR and personal community is security is important to individuals. I don't envisage the majority of us will be particularly interested, but I think the opportunity should be there for those who have a genuine feel and a need for assessment. So for me, it's the opportunity is there, and if someone needs it, we should put it in place. We do it within the building. All entities do it, so I'm not sure why we wouldn't.
Anyone else on this? Did you have something clear?
Probably in a similar space to John, that there is probably occasions when somebody might need some personal security. I'm talking about from a personal perspective rather than the building being. But I also think that perhaps some of that responsibility does lie back on the individual. But I think from an employer perspective or an organisation perspective where you've got people working in here, we probably should be paying something. But I think that we need to be very clear about what it covers, the range of what it covers, because I think social media, for example, can also be can be quite a personal impact on some people as well. So.
Any other comments? Ashley?
Yeah, I'd just like to back up what John said, that probably most people won't feel the need for this. But the reality is that especially as a woman standing for local government, you do get extra unwanted attention. Some of you may have noticed that I haven't published my phone number anywhere. And we do actually have to look at our risks and consider risks that you might not feel. And so that while I don't feel in any way that I need this at the moment, I can see that there might come a time that I might. And I think we need to be really aware of the sometimes quite toxic environment that female politicians find themselves in.
Absolutely. I've got Sarah, then Mackenzie, and how many more slides do we have? That's it? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with John as well. And so I'm just wondering whether, as far as the assessment go, if somebody's having to deal with anxiety because of, the nature of a threat or whatever, surely a doctor's a note from the doctor or a police report would be a fairly straightforward assessment and save costs.
I think for that we refer to the framework and the guidance that's there. This assessment is more focused on physical security, so the home and the surrounding area. So that's what it's focused on, not about the other aspects, the softer aspects.
Okay, Ian, and then we're going to have to wrap this up and head in for lunch, and I've got to do these media interviews.
Look, my attitude is that I think if somebody's frightened from a security perspective, they should fund that themselves. I don't believe that this is a legitimate function regardless of the LGA's or the Remuneration Authority's view on this. I don't think it's a responsibility.
I think that'll come up on the next steps, and you'll have an opportunity to vote on that. Is that it? Okay, so the next steps are there. If you've got any specific feedback, you're okay to email that into the governance?
Yes, please.
Yep.
I think I'll take it from the discussion today. We will include the home security allowance in the draft to be adopted by council, and of course you can continue to debate and vote on that if you wish. But from today's guidance is that I think everything in this draft will go forward for adoption.
And we'll make it for an adoption on the 10th, and we'll have that debate. Anything else? No. Okay, so we'll break for lunch. We'll come back at 10 to 1. councillors who are coming back in. We'll are we back online live? Oh, cool. So this is our first workshop for the annual plan 26-27. This is the first workshop of 1 of 4. We've got Amy Ellison will lead this with Carmen. We'll leave it over to you. We've got till 2:30. Yes, 2:30 for this one. So over to you. How do you want to run it? Would you like to go through the presentation, or do you want questions throughout? Press your button.
Amy and I will briefly introduce context for this annual plan and how we'll run this workshop. So what we would like to do is we'll spend 5 minutes, 10 minutes with you here, then we will step back from the table and the ERP leaders will come forward. They'll go through the work programs and what if there's any changes required through the annual plan, and then they can take questions as they go through those different work programs. So we'll talk through the different services and what's the work programs in those services. So please ask questions when you want to.
Excellent.
They'll step back and then we'll do the same with CPRH.
Cool. All right, well, kick off. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou, and through the chair. So basically this presentation is going to run you through what is that, a very once-over lightly of why we need to do this. And then, as Carmen has just said, we will then, so a little bit on the annual plan process, so you understand, for those of you new or those of you who have a lot on your minds, just bringing out...
Thanks for recognising.
Bringing you back to process and good process. So I'll just introduce you. Carmen will run through some of the general why are you listening to this, and then we will step back and hand over to our colleagues for more information around some of the core services, because that's going to be key, I think, as we go forward. And just reminding you that for the annual plan process, we will have 4 workshops. So we'll run you through what is it and why, how are we organised. They'll be covering off some more information around finance. And so hopefully by the end of this week, you'll feel well prepared for the following weeks around actually getting into the nitty gritty about how the process might run going forward. So there's basically a lot of explanatory in the next few sessions. So as Carmen's just said, please ask questions. We're also aware that, again, some of you done this many times before, some of you not, and so we've gone mid-range and can adjust as we go. And so context, obviously that was written to get into your packs. Not knowing yesterday. So, but just to remind you, so it's probably an understatement that, as that says, you're aware of significant government reforms. But stating the obvious, it's not just some of the the decision document that was released yesterday. We have more legislation coming, early December. And we're focused on the local government and RMA changes, but there are actually other pieces of ledge as well, and so we're getting more and more pieces of the puzzle. That's and also the intention, which was again reiterated and is in the Going for Growth agenda quarterly plan, which the Prime Minister heads. So around rates capping, and I think we've got a new name for that, but also those things are being a lot going on in tandem. So not to labour the point, but I did just state the obvious for perhaps other people that aren't in the room. Anyway, so that said, wheels of government do need to turn.
we do need to be looking forward to thinking about what we're going to do, all things being equal, what the monies that we have been given by our constituents and the people of Canterbury, what we are going to do with that in the next year, and how we will be held accountable. So this is a process which happens every year and will continue in whatever form. So useful for you to know, some overviews of what already is in train, and also some of the assumptions around some of the pre-work that we have already done in the annual plan space. So we want you to be best prepared. So I'll hand over to Carmen now, but as I said, please ask questions, and we have a lot of our officials in the room who will also be able to answer your questions if they're not particularly to do with this process. So thank you. Carmen, over to you.
Thank you, Amy, and good afternoon. So just the key point to note for this page is we do still have to do an annual plan and have it adopted by the 30th of June next year. And we have a very short window of opportunity to talk to you about that over the next week or two, to be able to actually pull together the draft document to bring back to you early next year to get your feedback. So we do have a quite tight time frame that we're working to. The purpose of today's workshops and tomorrow's workshops is really to give you assurance around and insight into the work programs that are already underway, but to give you the opportunity to ask questions about the different services that sit within our core services and the work programs and budgets that sit with them as well. So you saw this page a couple of weeks ago when we talked about the Council's 3-year planning cycle. Our recommended approach for this annual plan is still what we said 2 weeks ago. So we want to minimise any variation from what we said in year 3 of our long-term plan. We'll only be proposing changes to work programs or budgets that are absolutely necessary, so that we're not going to come forward with a whole lot of new ideas ourselves. It's the ones that we really, really need to talk to you about that we think we must make a change from what we said for year 3 of the long-term plan. We're looking to minimise the rates increase as much as possible through this process. We're proposing that we would engage with the community, so we will develop the draft plan, we will provide it out to the community to seek feedback, but we won't be going out with particular questions on tell us what you think about, do we want to do more with public transport or more with biodiversity? It will be, here's our proposed plan, tell us what you think. We last did this engagement approach with an annual plan 3 years ago, and we still received about 170 submissions, largely from community groups, stakeholders that we work with. So it's very valuable feedback we still get back through this process. But it's not on one specific item. It tends to be the organisation stakeholders giving us a lot of feedback around the whole of our organisation's work. So rest assured, even if it's engagement, we do get very valuable feedback through that.
Can I just add? And just reminding you, as we said 2 weeks ago, engagement is still working with the community. Consultation is a formalised process and is in the legislation. So that's why sometimes those words are used interchangeably. These are actual formal terms within the legislation. So we're being clear about that. So still talking to people and interested in what they say, but not following the legislative process for consultation.
And then the last point on this page is there are a number of very big strategic conversations to be had. We're not proposing to bring them into this annual plan process unless we need to. But yeah, recognising there are some big discussions to be had, but they would form part of our long-term plan process or continue in other forums next year. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of context around where we're sitting with budgets and rates for this annual plan discussion before we get into the work program. So our starting point from the long-term plan for year 3 was that this particular financial year would have a $394 million budget against all the work programs and work to be delivered, and a total rates increase of 7.3% from the previous financial year. This really allowed for continuing our work across our 3 core services of environmental regulation and protection, community preparedness, response to hazards, and public transport, and some increasing investment in our public transport work program. There were a number of risk-based assumptions built into the long-term plan, and we'll come back and talk through those risk-based assumptions and where they might need to be adjusted for this particular annual plan. It also included provision for topping up our general reserves balance. So there wasn't any big changes built into this year 3 anyway. But there was recognising that there was a rates increase of 7.3%. We did make some substantial changes through the annual plan process last year that then has a knock-on impact for where we start this particular financial year we're talking about. So through the annual plan 2025-26, we did make council decided to make some substantive changes to our public transport work program, and they had some quite big budgets against them where some of those changes landed. So that has had an impact on where we now start this particular financial year that we're talking about. And there were also changes to our risk-based assumptions around what's the vacancy rate we're going to include.
Sorry, can you just explain that first point to me a little bit more? I may be being particularly thick here, but I'm not entirely sure how we get to that 12.6% reduction in total rates revenue from a change in public transport.
Through you, Chair. So in terms of securing funding for public transport, which comes pretty much 50-50 from ourselves or the local ratepayers and the central government through NZTA, we need to put into our long-term plan our local share on the assumption that it will then be matched by NZTA. When NZTA made the decisions on the NLTF, they didn't provide funding for a lot of the improvements that we had budgeted for. So because we were only providing 50% of that funding, made the decision to unwind that spending for the current financial year, and therefore that reduced the rates that we were required to collect. Because if we were going to improve a particular route, it was going to cost $10 million. That's $5 million from us, $5 million from NZTA. We planned to collect the $5 million of rates. NZTA did not give us their $5 million. Therefore, the choice for council was we either collect double the rates to 10 million, pay for the whole thing ourselves, which clearly is not sustainable long term, or we don't collect the rates and don't do that improvement. So there was an awful lot of things that we planned to do on the basis of joint funding, but because NZTA didn't give us the funding, we are no longer planning to do at this point in time.
Thank you, Giles. So, so as I was saying, the other main changes around some of the risk-based assumptions we make, and we will talk to you through the workshop tomorrow and next week on our more detail on the financials for this particular annual plan. So as a result of those changes to work programs and budgets for year 2, it's actually widened the gap between what we said we were the budget for year 2 versus where we thought the budget would be for year 3. And so now that gap is widened, it actually has the impact of pushing up the starting point for the rates increase in year 3. So it's quite complex to explain that, but if we started with we were going to go up by 7.3% from year 2 to year 3 for what we said in the long-term plan. The fact that we've lowered our year 2 budget and lowered the rates we've collected has made the gap between year 2 and year 3 bigger. So that's actually had an impact of pushing us into a starting point for year 26-27 of a rates increase of 17.2%. So I'll carry on and have the opportunity to ask more questions.
Just a question. Have you got so from the previous slide, you said a significant amount of the reduction was due to public transport and then risk-based assumptions. So the 17.2%, you've got a view as to where that sits, which core service or what activities that sits around?
I carry through to the next slide, that might answer your question, and then we can come back to that, if that's right.
Well, on that, through the chair, so what I would say about this presentation, what Carmen is stepping you through is some of the changes and machinations of the funding stream. So you'll see numbers going up and going down, I refer you back to the first slide. So we are not proposing. The general statement is that we are proposing a rates increase from the work that we have done of under 5%. So there's a lot of numbers going up and down and shifts from year to year. From that, so just take that with a grain of salt. You're halfway through the story. Some of these, to your question, Councillor, when the long-term plan was approved, there was a general amount of money which was spread over years, and then there was to do each yearly amount. There was an associated rates increase. What Carmen is stepping you through is that if you change one thing, and as Giles has just said, we had less revenue in 1 year, she's just reflecting that has a consequential bump up in subsequent years because the overall total that we are working from for the long-term plan remained the same. So in other words, there'll be some numbers going up and down. The overall of what we're proposing is less than 5%, but this is just part of the story. And we'll let Carmen get through all the ups and downs. I know it's a bit brain hurty. It was for me too. And then we'll ask questions at the end because we've made more. There've been more changes, and you will be able to see some of the assumptions and the numbers.
But what you're basically saying there is that you're proposing for a starting point rates increase for this financial year of 2.9%.
Well, less than yes.
Yeah.
Less than 5.
Yeah. So I guess my point is that why flag even a suggestion that there was 17%?
I think they're just trying to give context.
I understand that, but it sounds like the inference is they're softening us up for
let's go through the presentation.
Expectation than otherwise might be.
Well, let's go through the presentation and we'll find out.
What? Sorry. Can I? Can I just add, we're making this as transparent as possible because we need council to agree to carry forward those changes from the last financial year into this financial year. When you agree an annual plan, you are only really adopting the annual plan for the one financial year. So whilst it makes sense to carry forward those changes, we actually need council's decision on that. And so we wanted to be fully transparent that if we didn't carry forward those changes, the rates increase will be much higher than what it will otherwise be.
Yeah, let's just carry on.
Yeah. So as Amy has said, technically you're starting at 17.2%, but if you agree to carry forward those changes and then subject to your direction on some other changes we'll discuss with you today and tomorrow, we can bring that down to an indicative rates and total rates revenue increase of about 2.9%. But we need your guidance to be able to do that. So unless there's any other questions, I'll stop there, and we will bring back more financial information on the budgets and the rates increases tomorrow and next week as well. And sorry, one other thing I'll add is there is quite a long list of resolutions that were agreed through the last annual plan, and we will bring that forward for you to see for next week so that you can actually see the full list of, I think, 20 to 30 different resolutions that were agreed through the last annual plan that have impacted rates.
Ashley, is there a couple more presentation slides here? Then we'll come to the questions at the end of these slides. So then they've got a couple of people who want to ask questions. So we'll do it that way, if that's okay.
Not me. Just one last point. Again, there are different levels. We're just really aware that there are different levels of understanding in the room, and some people have heard a lot of these decisions before, and some haven't. So, all of our this is a transparent process, and all of the documents are discoverable. So that's why we've felt it important to work through, step through all of the changes and the ups and downs and the assumptions. And as Carmen said, then you have the information that you need to base your decision on.
Happy to take any more questions now, or otherwise we'll be moving into environmental regulation and protection core service work programs.
Just briefly to follow on from the points I was trying to make before, is that although we talk big about reducing.
Well, let's do the questions at the end of this part of the presentation, if that's okay. Oh, you did? Okay. Well, I had an order of questions. Can I please do the order of questions, Ian? So we've got.
Keep up.
Sorry, there is a few things that are just on the go, as you're well aware. So we've got Ashley, Nick, and then Ian, and then over this side we've got Andrea. Oh, okay. So we'll go Ashley, Nick, Ian.
Okay, again, this is at the risk of asking what seems like a very silly question, but just clarification of terminology. When you say carrying forward the changes and adjustments agreed for this year, meaning not making those changes or adjustments this year and putting them into next year's. That's what you mean?
That's correct.
So
that's right. When you adopt the annual plan, you can actually only adopt the annual plan within that particular financial year. So whilst it would make sense to say, yes, continue those changes through to the next annual plan, we actually need Council's decision on that, yes, those changes do carry forward.
Nick.
Thank you. Also, getting up to speed, just checking that we at least keep up with inflation. This was a prediction. I googled it now. It says 3% this quarter, so this would be no rates rise and only not even keeping up with inflation. So just to signal that, of course, you guys will have that in hand, but that's my 2 cents worth. Let's make sure we at least stay at the same place.
Ian. Now your turn comes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad we've caught up. At the last annual plan, or last year, when we were doing the budgets, there was a lot of talk about how we were reducing the overall effective rate rises, but most of it sat within public transport, and Ashburton and Selwyn districts both had double-digit rate rises. I just want to make sure that when we're so my questions earlier, and I want reassurances from you that when we're talking about a significant, a relatively modest rate rise, that we're talking that across the board, not just in Christchurch or in particular areas, and some areas we're going to be facing double-digit rate rises.
That is an indicative total revenue rates rise for the whole region. So the finance team will need to work through the more detailed budgets to be able to show you how that impacts the different areas within the region. So at the moment, it's just at the total.
Well, consider my question a shot across the bow, just in case you come back with the wrong answer.
And just letting you noted, through the chair noted, I've got Grant at the table, who is our finance GM, but also just reminding you there's actually a full session briefing tomorrow, which Grant will be running you through all things finance. And so he will be also at the table tomorrow for some of those detailed questions and answers.
Yeah, there's 3 hours of briefings on the annual plan tomorrow.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and a large proportion is on finance. Yeah, directly.
Any other questions on this part? Excellent. We'll probably move into the next section. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So, yes, you've heard from Amy and Carmen, who set out the context for annual planning this year, and the environmental protection regulation component is very much in line with that. So we're proposing very little change to the work programs for 26-27. And while there are a number of uncertainties, we're pretty confident in our ability to pivot to whatever the changes are that come within, and we can work within the current envelope. So obviously we're keeping an eye on future changes and the potential need to pivot, and we can reprioritise as required. So in this context, we're heading into a continuation of BAU, a continuation of programs already in flight, and a continued delivery of already established priorities. Cam, we do have a number of key priority areas where we still have some uncertainty, and Cam will speak to that. We will gain some clarity in advance of the annual plan deliberations in May 2026. So we will have a bit more certainty before then. So in that context, and in the understanding that some of you will have a good view of environmental regulation and protection, and some of you won't, we want to give you a run through the high-level priorities, challenges, and key delivery components of this core service. So, first up, it's bigger than the RMA. We have the Resource Management Act, we have requirements under the Local Government Act and Maritime Transport Act, the Biosecurity Act and the Building Act. So we have a very wide-ranging remit. We also have some partnership obligations and commitment to Ngāi Tahu to ensure customary practices can continue now and into future generations, and to continue to build the trust and the very good working relationships we have. Similarly, community partnerships are very important through the Canterbury Water Management Strategy, through the biodiversity strategy, the regional pest management strategy, and supporting community-led initiatives. Working with the communities is absolutely critical to us. And climate change across the top of all of these things is a key factor for the environmental issues that we face. So to our key priorities for this core service, obviously a big one is going to be responding to central government resource management reforms, which we will see in a couple of weeks. But we don't yet really understand the impact of that. We want to keep working on our project to become a smart and enabling regulator and delivering our consenting and compliance services much more efficiently and effectively over time. We do want to progress the review of the Canterbury Regional Pest Management Strategy, and we talked a little bit about that last week and the importance of that and the results that we've had to date that will inform that review. We're going to continue to improve our systems and our processes to support our customers and our staff. If we can really support our staff internally, then we will deliver a much better service externally. And we will continue working in catchments on the ground, delivering very visible projects out there in our communities. We do have a number of key challenges that face this core service. The number one would be uncertainty about resource management reforms and how that will impact on the delivery of our regulatory services. We have some challenges to respond quickly and implement required changes to regulatory services. Some things we will be able to do quite quick, and we're looking for our quick wins. Some of them are a longer burn, and we really are working on them, and they're part of the Smart and Enabling Regulator program. We do have expectations from our community to do more for less, and that's a fair expectation, and it's something that we continually work on. It is a challenge. It's also a challenge for us to communicate the value of the services we provide, because we do provide value to our communities, and we need to get much better at telling the stories of that value. And that is a challenge for us that we're working on actively. And then sustainable funding for the management of wild and conifers and wallaby pests, and we talked about that I think, last week as well, and the potential for some national initiatives around that. So we'll continue to work on that. Cam, I might pass to you now.
Excellent. Thank you, Brett. Okay, so the next few slides, I'm going to run through what is being delivered through, is intended to be delivered through the next annual plan through each of the kind of services that sit within the environmental regulation and protection core service. And so just to kind of remind you all of what's delivered through environmental regulation and protection. So first it's setting the regulatory frameworks for the management of Canterbury's environment. So that includes things, obviously, resource management frameworks, but also, as Brett alluded to, regional pest management plans. Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy was delivered within this as well. Second, we provide authorisations in line with the framework, and of course a lot of this is the resource management consenting we do, but also things under the Building Act with dam safety, etc. Ensuring compliance with the regulatory framework, and Paul's going to talk to both of the authorisations and compliance shortly. But we also respond to events where environmental harm is occurring, and Paul will talk to some numbers there. Then obviously a lot of the pest management work we do, and leading collective efforts there to prevent or reduce or eliminate those pests. And obviously a lot of the Indigenous biodiversity and Mahinga Kai work is delivered through this service as well. A lot of the science work we do also is delivered through here, so we collect and share high quality data, information and advice on the Canterbury environment, and you'll all be aware of that. And then finally, which we'll talk to a bit later as well, we provide resources to support local action through this core service as well. So there is a lot in this core service, and so we'll talk through that now. So the first of all is the regulatory framework, and these are the ongoing priorities and work for 26-27. So you'll be aware in August 2025, the government passed an Amendment Act which required all councils to pause work on public participation elements of RMA plan development, and that obviously affected regional policy statement, but also our integrated plan. So in the meantime, our regulatory planning work and our staff in that space are focused on some of the foundational work, so ongoing evidence gathering, policy analysis. We've talked to you previously about Section 35, to prepare council for the changes to the planning signalled by central government. So planning isn't dropping off a cliff. There will be more planning requirements on this council, and we'll get more of an idea of that through the resource management announcements. So that work will move us forward regardless of the system we're working under. So we're really looking, a key focus of this is what some of the foundational work required. How do we remove complexity from the plan framework, options for digitisation to make it digitally enabled, to enable community and resource users to better understand the plan and better have access to it. And then importantly, as Brett talked to, progressing the review of the Canterbury Regional Pest Management Plan, and that is under the Biosecurity Act, and undertaking a mana whenua and stakeholder engagement as part of that. That's due for notification in 2028, so we've initiated the work now because it is a statutory process that we need to run through that. First steps associated with evaluation effectiveness review, and we'll be returning to this council once we've done that work to help set the scope for the review.
Genevieve, you've got a question?
Yeah, just you mentioned about the Section 35 work. I'm just wondering, do we have an update on where we're at with that yet? That's probably a good time to have a wee update at some point. It doesn't have... Oh, okay.
Tēnā koutou councillors, I'm Bianca Cabe. I'm one of the team leaders in the planning team. With the Section 35, we're currently still drafting it, but we plan to present that early next year to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, carry on.
Kia ora, Council. I've got 3 slides. I'm going to go through them quickly because you'll find that they're reasonably obvious and standard. But for our authorisations or consenting focus for 26-27, as you'll understand, we'll be processing resource consents, including notifications where required. We process a large number of consents most year, anywhere between 1,500 to just over 2,000. Part of that also, that authorisation is processing gravel permits and processing building consents for large dams under the Building Act 2004. As Brett's already alluded to, a huge focus across the three things that I'm going to mention is the improving of systems and processes, improving our relationships with our Papatipa Rununga environmental entities through the Smart and Enabling Regulator, and you'll get updates in the next few weeks on that, as I understand. And obviously implementing new legislative requirements that come into effect as part of the reforms. That's something that we're keeping a very close eye on. So we'll, as Brett's alluded to, there'll be some need to implement some changes, no doubt. Next slide. Compliance priorities for next financial year. Continue to provide information advice to resource users and trying to improve that connection with our community and also the industry best practice piece. Proactive monitoring of resource consents to ensure compliance with plan rules, regulations and consent conditions as you would expect. Again, touching on the Smart and Enabling Regular initiative, having significant improvements as part of our compliance programme, and again, you'll get updates on that in the coming weeks. One of the major things that we're looking at as well is how to review our fee structures for compliance and how we would continue to pay for that. And that will be a theme through the long-term plan, no doubt, the 2027-37 process. So that's something that is occupying quite a bit of our thoughts as how to do that. And then, and consistent with the consented thing, responding to resource management system changes that will impact compliance, and through our land and water and our compliance teams engaging with communities and catchments to support on-ground action, because it's broad compliance, not just RMA compliance, our broad support of compliance across the region. Next slide, if possible. And then finally, incident response, a key part of what we do, responding to environmental harm incidents across the region. The eyes and ears of Canterbury contact us regularly. You'll see we've got huge numbers of reports, 3,500 to 4,000 each year. And we also respond to marine oil spills in accordance with the Marine Oil Spill Response Plan. And like I say, we rely on this service for the communities to report these issues. And as you can see, we get huge engagement through that pollution hotline. I'm going to hand back to Cam now.
I've just got a question from Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I should know the answer to this, what I'm about to ask you, but when you apply for a change in conditions and consent, now you need new consent. Is that because of our planning regime, or is that a national requirement?
When applying for a new consent, is it a plan?
No. When you apply for, say you've got an example of a consent that conditions aren't fit for purpose in 2025, and it was issued maybe in 1999, 2005. Say things have changed, the conditions aren't suitable now. In my mind, I thought it would be easier just to apply for a change of conditions rather than a new consent. What is the reasoning behind that? And, because I'm just looking at how effective it is to do one against the other.
As I understand it, there's no such thing as everything's when you're coming through for a consent, it's a new consent. It's not a renewal. It's a new consent, and though the authorising environment that you were consented on may change, and so it's judged on the new plan or the new rules that you come through.
You would have thought, in my mind, you would have thought the science that backs the consent and the original condition would still exist to a certain extent. So it would be a matter of just saying, rather than doing a new science report in terms of where you get to on that, hey, we've got this science. The change in condition isn't going to make any difference. Here's your consent.
Yes, I agree. I think in principle, part of the Smart and Enabling Regulator, and in fact, how we want to operate, we want to try and make what we've got currently in the building, if it's still suitable, can it be used again to cut down costs? And I suppose that's where your question's going. So there are incidences where it's a new activity, it needs new information and new data and new analysis. That's right. but certainly where we've already got existing science advice or data, that we should try to use that more often. So that is a focus for the next few years, that's for sure.
Nettles?
This is just more of a general question. On the smart and enabling regulator initiatives, what sort of change, early change and positive outcomes are you starting to see flow through?
One of the key drivers is through the compliance portion of the Smart and Enable is make easy for our resource users to be compliant, and that being really clear about what the expectations are around that consent and the conditions, what information we're expecting to be seen. We're trying to increase the automation of compliance, so the act of proving compliance could be done digitally quite easily. And so in the not too distant future, we'll probably coming back to you and talking about water use as a really good example of we can instantly see if people are compliant. We can instantly message them if there's gaps in the data, and see compliance change as a result of that digital relationship. We've also in recent months through consenting done what does good look like guide, which has seen a significant increase of the standard of the applications that come through the door. So that's having a noticeable impact. I just think that we're likely to have to continue to do more aggressive improvements in processes as we go through, and some of the stuff that Peace has just mentioned. Can we use information that we've already got to help make resource decisions? I don't think I'm satisfied that we've done everything that we need to do. We've got a lot more to do.
Did you have a question, Nick? Yeah, go for it.
Thanks, Brent. Thanks, Paul. Looking at page 17, the compliance. Good to see the smart and enabling regulator initiative. And you're foreshadowing further improvements there that can be made for the long-term plan process, which we'll be looking at before too long. Can you give us any words on the reviewing the fee structure and charging approaches, please?
Yes, I can talk to that a little bit. We do think we need to review our fee structure, not to step away from a user pays or exacerbator pays principle, but the way we bring our revenue in. At the moment, it's through direct hour-for-hour charging. It drives transactional compliance monitoring. It prohibits us a little from lifting up and starting to look at risk at higher levels and dealing with sectors to work on outcomes, because we get driven back into this transactional consent monitoring. I still think we should be charging directly for non-compliance, that is, but I think we need to step back and think about how do we gather this revenue in a way that it gives us far more flexibility and agility to become risk-based rather than driven down this transactional monitoring route. We'll come back to you for a discussion on that.
Thank you. Yep. Anything that gets the job done without any more rates rises, I'm sure will be welcomed in the current climate. So, cheers.
Excellent. Good question. We'll move on.
Excellent, thank you. So moving next to pest management, and this is a lot of businesses planned here. You'll be aware of the work implementing the objectives of the existing Canterbury Regional Pest Management Plan that we've talked a little bit about. Our ongoing monitoring, surveillance and pathway management work, partnering on initiatives with the Runanga and industry, working and facilitating the work of biosecurity advisory groups, otherwise known as BAGs. Working with other regional councils on pathway management, and this is something that's absolutely increasing. Providing important national policies relating to the greater biosecurity system. So we're part of a number of different programs and groups in which we provide that advice into those. delivering the wild and conifer and wallaby national programs of work in Waitaha, Canterbury, and so those are really big bits of work. And then obviously responding to invasive organisms, and the example here being Mediterranean fanworm over in Whakaropo, Littleton Harbour. Next slide, please. Next is the work for Indigenous biodiversity in Mahinga Kai. So a big component of this year is delivering the the Christchurch Biodiversity Targeted Rate Program, including the contestable fund portion of that. Obviously, more kind of businesses as planned work here, delivering regional projects in priority freshwater and coastal biodiversity sites, our ongoing monitoring of wetlands and braided rivers. We've obviously got a number of partnerships in the space, but Pest Free Banks Peninsula is one of the big ones there, and working on Banks Peninsula. And then continuing contributions to a number of those other partnership groups that were part of Whakaora Te Waihora, Whakaora Healthy Harbour, and Te Mokahi further down south, and our ongoing support for Runanga-led Mahinga Kai projects.
Sarah?
We do monitoring of braided rivers. Do we do any implementation works as far as biodiversity?
Yes, absolutely. We have so the monitoring one's called out there, but we absolutely do work on habitat protection, etc., on braided rivers. Yep.
Sorry, Faulkner.
Thank you for that. Just a question in regard to the Mahinga Kai projects. Now, the word Runanga-led, and it seems that they're centred around the Runanga, and I can accept that if that's the way that the projects are set up. But what about Mahinga Kai projects that are non-Runanga-led, that may be a focus of a catchment group project? What support do they get?
We'll just bring up to the table Carl Diamond, who manages our biosecurity and biodiversity implementation section.
Could I just get you to repeat the question, please, Councillor Faulkner?
No, I was just thinking about in regards to Runanga-led projects. I can understand that if it's wrapped around in the partnership programs, but there are projects that have been implemented by catchment groups or want to be implemented by catchment groups. What support do they get to progress them?
Through the chair, support's provided primarily through three different avenues to catchment groups and community as a whole. The first is locally in the Christchurch Banks Peninsula area. There are opportunities through the contestable funding, and there's also opportunities through direct delivery via catchment groups into key landscapes. We also provide support through the provision of advice from a specialist staff who will work alongside catchment groups to enable them in terms of their delivery. And in terms of our greater Canterbury regional project delivery, we tend to work in a number of areas either through or alongside catchment groups to enable them in their work, providing it is delivered within priority areas or sites.
I've got Councillor Scott. Peter.
Oh, yeah, so while you're there, Carl, in terms of pest control, looking at wallabies, we've got within and outside the containment area and within the containment area, and there's some national funding for outside. And I think I've got the Guildford scale, is it, that we do wallaby on? So if you're below 3 on the Guildford scale on your property, then there's no requirement for you to actually do anything more than what you're doing. However, in our discussions with some of the landowners down there and at a meeting that we had not so long ago, that doesn't really kick us into the right area that we need to be in. So in terms of, and I've asked this question before actually, but in terms of thinking about this annual planning process, is there an opportunity for us to look at if there was a targeted rate for inside the containment area? Is that a possibility of getting done in this annual plan?
You've asked a curly question there, Peter.
Through the chair, it's probably not appropriate for me to actually answer. There's a decision that needs to go through the annual planning process.
So in terms of timing on that for the person who's responsible for getting these things in place, what sort of lead time do we need for that? Obviously there's some community consultation. It's not just take Nick and I's word for it. So we need to do a bit more than that.
So through the chair, what I can say is, so obviously there's a lot of work happening at the moment. Last week I was at the Wallaby Conference in Dunedin. We discussed the delivery of work both inside and outside the containment area, and the fact that the National Wallaby Eradication Program doesn't actually provide funding at present within the containment area. We've had a strategy completed by, a wallaby containment strategy completed by Manaaki Whenua, looking at alternative approaches to how we manage the population and ultimately reduce the population as a whole. One of those things that they looked at, which you mentioned, is the Guildford the rules currently in our current regional pest management plan, which we're going through a review of, outlined that anything with 3 or below currently meets the rules. The strategy itself outlines that we probably haven't got that right, and we should be 2 or below. Lower densities of wallaby result in less funding required to a point. Once you get to very low densities, it actually goes the complete opposite way. Short answer is we've got some information there. We need to look at it and review whether or not. Yeah.
I think one of the issues that we have is a social issue within the containment area, and so it's bounded by quite big dock blocks, and DOC have just put some funding into wallaby control where they're going to use a big knockdown, and there's a big opportunity within the containment area for people to join into that process. However, that dependent on those contributing, those farmers or those landowners who bound a DOC estate to have the money to do that at that time. So the thinking is, if we had a joined up approach with DOC and also the landowners, and we had some money, and even if we needed to borrow some money against a targeted rate over a 10-year time period, it's always a big opportunity when DOC is spending money to actually get on top of something. And if we can knock it down to the extent that we can get them into those numbers and we still have a fund, we can do clean-up work. So that's where that's coming from.
Can I just add to that in terms of the annual plan process? So if councillors give us the direction today, that's something that you want staff to come back with some advice on, to investigate fully, come back with some advice or some options around that's your prerogative to direct us to do that today, if there's the collective agreement in the room that you want us to consider that. We would need to do some pretty quick analysis within the next few weeks to get your permission then to actually build it into the draft annual plan. But there would also be the opportunity to do more detailed analysis next year to fully land that through deliberations. So we can do some quick analysis, but we need that direction from you. That's what you want us to do.
Any objection to doing that? Pardon?
Yeah, just a question for Peter. So you're saying a targeted rate within the containment area?
So national funding is available outside the containment area, and I also think within Otago, across the Waitaki, the containment area, Karl Tekapo River down and the Hunters, and that's the area. And so what you have a fringe of wallabies that get out of that, and some people control them, like Blue Cliff Station, for example, where the Ralstons are. They shoot between 400 and 500 wallabies a month just to stay on top of them, and they do that at their own expense. Now, the opportunity is to have a targeted rate within that area. So, if we're responsible as first term, as the responders to this, then we have some money that we can utilise within that area at the discretion of say a pseudo wallaby board or whatever you want to call it, to actually hit hotspots as they occur. So that's the thinking around that. But as I say, Councillor Ward and myself have been doing that thinking. We haven't actually socialised it all that much, but it seems an opportunity coming up to an annual plan to have that discussion. I'm not saying that necessarily has to happen, but I'd like to have that discussion.
We can connect with councillors on that, and then we can bring. I think we can do a quick piece of work and bring it back for a discussion on whether it's annual plan or a long-term plan.
Yeah, that was the advice that I just got from my my man on the left-hand side of me here. So get there, Giles. I was going to say something, but get that advice, and then we can have that discussion. Whether it feeds into the, I mean, if we feed that into the annual plan, the advice that I just got, that would actually trigger another. Well, an actual consultation, which is something. So let's get the advice. Have a discussion.
I realise that, Chair, and that's I guess why I asked the question.
Absolutely. So I think that's a good way forward. Did you have a separate question on this or something else similar? Okay, we'll go to Ashley.
Okay, so I was actually holding on, saying I'm not sure of the process here, but when do we suggest and talk about things that we'd like considered? At what part of the process do we do that? Because there's something I've talked about with a couple of other councillors as well. It's very high level and waffly at the moment.
What is it part of this, or is it part of something else?
It's part of consenting, and so it's part of consenting.
Raise your thoughts.
Okay, so my thoughts are that, and I've been having these thoughts for a long time, that we all talk about that we want to see non-regulatory action changing, driving improved environmental outcomes. And I was wondering whether there is any possibility of, in terms of consenting, having differential charges based on the public good versus the environmental harm of consent applications, so that we charge the full amount for consents that may involve private profit but environmental harm, and offer significant discounts to consents for, let's just say, constructed wetland, where the benefit is mostly public good. And so that's kind of the level of my thinking. I haven't drilled down into it any further than that. And I realise this is, depending on what happens over the next year or two, this may all go nowhere. But it just seems to me that if we're all talking about non-regulatory approaches to changing behaviour, our consent structure could be one method that we could do that. And it could be cost neutral. We could do it within existing overall consenting charges, but just change where those charges are falling.
With regards to the work that Brett described as part of the LTP thinking and the conversations we'll need to have with this council, absolutely, all options could be considered. We would be including our consenting fees and charges approach as part of that work, not just compliance. So that's possible and could be something that we look at. Currently, we have a deposit scheme that we use. We try to be really clear and stick to that. So if you come in for a consent and it's one consent, I think the deposit's about 3,500, and we stick to that amount, and we don't underfund and we don't overcharge. There's also provision for community groups to ask for waivers, which we currently have, but that would we could look at extensions to that through that review. That's possible.
And Nick, did you have a question, or shall we? No.
Sure. Thanks.
Come over this side in a second.
Kāpai, Councillor Scott, I'm hearing you loud and clear on the wallabies and the time-sensitive opportunity to get some bang for buck down there. And good on you for continuing to advocate. And I guess what you're hearing is, oh, well, me too then, well, let's get something else a little in there as well, to represent different values. And perhaps there's an opportunity to have that, to have a few small wins so that people around the table feel like, even though most of the big staff is waiting for the LTP, we've got the annual plan, no, the LTP, we've got a couple of little things over the line, and those are things that we could talk about, as a team. Certainly, for me, back to page 17 again. If you are going to do a little bit of back of the envelope costings and things like we might around wallabies, I'd love to hear at the second bullet point there the proactive monitoring of resource user activities to ensure compliance with all different plans and rules and things. A little costing around, what would that look like landed on the ground as a tweak to our annual plan, X number of officers that are able to do that work and some hotspots they might work on. Yeah, because I'm all for us all getting something good that we can feel like even these tough times we're having some small wins.
Did you just take a note of that? And
yeah, I think all of those discussions are on the table. The question for you will be, is it an annual plan or a long-term plan discussion, and the implications for those two routes?
Andrea.
I was just looking at these are the answers to the questions about the annual report, and it does say that there's a forecast of underspent 7.3 million, and it's across the three core services. When would you think we could you spend that on wallabies in the short?
We have to be careful when we look at those collective numbers where that funding has come from that sits behind that. So if it's a targeted rate that's been collected for a particular purpose, you can't just repurpose it to somewhere else. So it's not, don't just look at the collective number. There is a lot more information that sits behind that needs to be considered. Giles can probably add more to that. Can I just touch on, so I just wanted to touch on the conversations around changes for the annual plan. So the small target, a targeted rate for wallaby control could still mean a significant rates increase for a small community. And so that's part of the advice we would need to come back with, and what that would mean for their needing to consult with that community. So whilst the dollar amount might not be much, the actual impact on a household could be more significant. That means we do need to consult with that area. We did substantially talk about consents, fees and charges and our wider fees and charges model through the last annual plan process. It's a very complex discussion. It can't be had within a couple of weeks to allow us to pull together a draft annual plan. We can provide you with more information on what was discussed last year through that annual plan process, but we did come to council multiple times over many, many months to progress that work and then go out for consultation, hear from the community on their thoughts and pull that together into the final proposal. So I do feel that's very much a long-term plan discussion. It's not something we can land in the next few weeks for the annual plan.
Nick Ward. So I'm also conscious of time because we've got two other core services to get through, and we've got half an hour, is it? Yeah. So it's PT. So one more.
Most important. Can I just ask for one point of clarification? Just
it is.
even if we were saying cost neutral, no increase or decrease in the overall amount of and the overall proportion of consent fees.
My understanding, if we are changing our fees and charges schedule or how we charge, we have to consult with the community.
Okay, I've got Nick, and then Claire, then John Faulkner, Ian Mackenzie, and Sarah. If it's a quick question, go for it.
Just to add to Peter's about the wallaby, I guess where we were coming from is some farmers feel like they're paying several $100,000 a year to control wallabies on their farms, and some neighbours aren't paying anything. So if you have a general rate, then everyone's on the same page. So I'll just put that comment out there.
Cool. Claire?
My comment is only that I think the biggest win we can have is if we went out with something like the 2.9% that's indicated at the moment. That is going to be the biggest win of all, sitting at this council table, because I think a lot of the discussion that councillors are bringing to the table, the previous term of council have had. So, nothing new about free consenting or subsidised consenting for public good or wetland construction and stuff like that. That's been raised quite a few times, and there would be a keenness, I think, at the table to do something like that, but it does need a bigger discussion. So,
And John Faulkner?
This is a supplementary question to my Hangakai one. I set up a Rongoa Māori restoration site, contemporary Noahonga, and it fell out of the zone committee process, conversations with the two Runanga reps, what they want, what they would like to see. Now, I got limited support from Environment Canterbury. I've got some verbal support, and that project, as far as I'm aware, is a potential New Zealand first. I don't know. Jan might tell me whether there's ever been that offer from a private landowner to do something like this. And for me, it was a no-brainer. But it seems to have fallen through the cracks as if why on earth would a Pākehā do that? And that's a real, in my mind, if that's correct, that's a real shortfall that needs to be addressed.
Ian McKenzie?
I'm moving on. My question is really around data, and sorry, I've got to leave in 5 minutes, but we were presented in the last triennium about farm environmental plans and our lack of monitoring of actually whether or not we were making any progress in terms of environmental improvement. And then in the light of Richard McDowell's report, which says actually, which lays out the requirements for data collection to actually be able to do the work to actually see whether we're making improvements or otherwise. Do we have any plans in delivering our long-term monitoring to actually uplift our ability to collect that data, or else work more closely with those institutions like the MHV and Central Plains who are collecting that data, to use that data to inform us better about what is going on?
Through the chair, just a quick response. Yeah, yes, we are looking at how we can receive more data from industry or others to inform how we look at things like compliance and other matters. So absolutely, and a significant part of the Smart and Enabling Regulator programme for sure. Yeah.
Genevieve, did you have a question?
God, I can't remember.
And then I'll come to you.
I don't think so. No, I emailed it through in the end. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay.
It's just regarding compliance and an unanswered question as of last week, and I still haven't had an answer. Just so I some of the projects that we're doing for compliance, you know, the whole sort of adaptive management stuff, we're still sitting with a general rates proportion that's too high. And so that was my question, and I still haven't had a response. So I can't contribute as I want to here and now. So it was 63% from what I gather from last week was general rates for some of the compliance projects. And that is just, if we distributed that fairly, we would have money extra for other environmental issues. And so I think you're right, Brett, or both of you, all of you. I think we need to look at a realistic, equitable proportion of user pays, and especially in serious non-compliance or non-compliance. And so that was my comment. I haven't got money to put to it now. That's been 7 days and I haven't had a response. So I don't know what that 63% looks like.
Not far away. That response should be just about with you if it's not on the way, and happy to answer any questions when you get it.
Excellent, and we'll come back to that point, I think. Sarah?
Thank you, Chair. Responding to invasive organisms, when we, in the annual plan, how much leverage we got? Like, recently we've got the purple willow that was sterile, now fertile, and it's taking off. And if we deal with it now, we've got a chance. If we leave it, we haven't. So that sort of thing will come up over and over again, as we all know. So how much contingency have we got?
through the chair, we obviously deal with a significant number of pests and invasive organisms and the requirement to prioritise them as they happen. We do try wherever possible, if we have an opportunity early in the invasion curve to take action. But it's difficult to pull out an individual species and give an answer without giving consideration to all those other species that we need to consider as well. We do have funding to be able to make those decisions where required, though.
We'll move on to, is there any further on this?
There are a few more slides, and so
we'll get through these slides, and then
let's get through these slides. So this is the last of the kind of sub-services, local action support. I think most of it can be read because I would like to focus on a slide in 2 slides' time. But this includes a lot of the local leadership groups that we talked about earlier, the action plan budgets, which I'll talk about very shortly, SCAR, the Soil Conservation Regeneration Program up in North Canterbury. So that's a lot of businesses planned work there. This is just obviously the indicative expenditure for 26-27 through the annual plan across each of those 8 kind of sub-services that I just talked to. Next slide, please. And this slide just gives you an understanding, and this has already been talked about a little bit today, about where some of that funding comes from in the mix of general rates, targeted rates, grants, user pays, and other across ERP. Next slide, please. And so proposed changes, and so I really want to hit this first one on the head because this came up this morning. And so I want this, unfortunately I can't kind of rewrite slides as we go. However, up here there was a proposal to carry over the $500,000 of action plan budget into the next year. However, there's been a bit of breakdown of communication within staff, and some expectations have been sent out to catchment groups that it would be available this financial year through a contestable fund. We can do that. That's absolutely possible, and I kind of understand expectations have been built externally. However, having a guidance from this council on if that's the preferred approach, we can absolutely do that. But we would like you to kind of nod and shake your heads.
And that wouldn't have any impact on the rates?
No impact on rates. Neither option will have impact on rates. If we spend it this year, it's already budgeted for. Next year, it will be carried over into reserves.
Carried over. So what's the indication from councillors? Obviously, there's been a letter sent out to catchment groups, and the conversation is we want to make sure catchment groups do that work on the ground. Is everybody happy just to continue on with the letter that's been sent out and go through that process? And if we can have an update about what is proposed and how that process will go through. I've got a question from, I'll go Claire and then Nick.
Mine's not a question. Look, I'm comfortable. I mean, it was unfortunate, but I'm comfortable with the letter going out and that we go through a contestable process there, as long as it's probably spread across the region, or even you might be thinking in the zones, I'm not quite sure. I think the thing I would like to add to this, though, in the previous term of council was very strong and believed in the non-statutory stuff and the work that our land and water team was doing, and I'm wondering, is there some options or some optionality that we can actually look at perhaps some more funding, shifting some funding, reprioritising, whatever we might like to call it, to the land and water team to get some of this on the ground stuff that we heard Pim talk about this morning, and Cam, in your presentation, because I think that is one option where we can actually get some outcomes in the face of a lot of uncertainty around our ability to do some of the regulatory stuff, not knowing what a transition is going to look like, and we've already got quite a bit of noise, and for real reasons, out there from applicants and potential consent, applications that are coming in here. So I think if we could actually think about, or if staff could think about how we might, even if it was only 500,000, I'm sure they'd like quite a bit more, but anything that we can do to get some outcomes on the ground would be helpful.
Any comments on that?
We can come back with advice on that, and if I understand it clearly, understanding where there might be forecast underspend for the year ahead, and whether it could be redirected into water and land kind of work to support catchment groups. We can come back with advice on that.
And then Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So, in response, Councillor Mackay, Claire Mackay. Yeah, look, the catchments, planting trees, voluntary, it's good stuff. I'm a yes and kind of guy. And at the moment, we're leaning heavily into that in our general rate spend and our supported catchment groups. And where I see we're not doing so well is in our compliance, as I raised in my earlier point. So if there was any talk of shifting money around, which may be a bit late, then I'd be advocating for some to be shifted to that compliance work to go and look at some of the time-sensitive matters in that area. So like with the wallabies, Nick and Peter, where there's a window of opportunity to do something, similarly, by the time the long-term planning process comes around, the window will have closed to protect some of the biodiversity that we're losing rapidly in the Waitaki Valley. And so, I think that preserving what you've got is always the best science, rather than making more and planting, and that you first hold what you've got. So yes, and I'd support good stuff like that, like catchment groups, and I'd like to see us hold on to the biodiversity we've got in those compliance hotspot areas where we're rapidly losing it because all our money has gone into the supportive and we're not doing compliance. So a balanced approach, backstop and working with people. And
Got that?
I'd love to see that costed too, please.
Megan.
My only question, I don't have a problem with the contestable fund and the letter process continuing. The only question I have is, given that there's a discussion of it being supported for the local leadership groups, has that letter inviting applications to a contestable fund gone out to all of the types of projects that might be seeking funding if it were going through the local leadership groups? And if not, should it?
I wonder if I chip in there. So I don't believe it has at the moment. However, that's absolutely part of our communications plan. If we lock in the approach, then we communicate to kind of all our key, it would be both to territorial authorities, to Papata Purunanga, and to kind of catchment groups far and wide.
Cool. Okay, we'll move to the... sorry, Johan.
Yeah, kia ora koutou. So this will, in a sense, this will be a one-off for this, and then I suppose the next one will go through the local leadership group, correct?
Correct. Noting that some local leadership groups have said we'd like to retain and help guide the funding into communities. Others have said it can take away from the strategic nature of these groups. But that's a conversation that would be really useful for this council ahead of the next financial year.
I'd just like to offer some points of clarification around, I guess, the current annual plan that we're in and the one that we are planning for, because I think there's been a little bit of confusion. And also I'd like to, if I may, Chair, just seek some clarity on what my team needs to come back to you. So we have been talking about the current annual plan and funding streams that we are in for this financial year, which has been agreed, and budgets have been set. One of the questions that we fielded that Cam answered what related to an area of funding that had been allocated and for a particular purpose. And then should there be underspends in that particular funding stream and the activity still meets the purpose for which that money was rated for, yes, there's some flexibility. So the suggestion of Councillor Mackay May and the team needs to get back to you that may be possible because it's in the purview and practice of the team. Some of the discussions. So this is current year, and then we were talking about the annual plan process and thinking about next year and what we may include. So just being clear about both of those things. And one of the points raised was around the possibility, and I just need to be clear because there were multiple views, which again can be quite, saying the same thing but in slightly different words, which I understand can be a bit confusing. So just to be clear, to the point of Councillor Scott, when we were talking about the possibility of wallabies, and for example, and that would be possible. But it would trigger, would be over the line of a consultation, but only in a very small area. So it wouldn't trigger a widespread consultation right across all of Canterbury, but most probably would in that particular area, which is doable actually. And in fact, if you give us, there is a consensus that there are other changes to the proposed approach to the annual plan, and I think wide-scale consultation would be difficult and expensive, but in a small area of not many people, given that targeted rate affects them and would have an impact, is possible. So just wanted to confirm if there was a consensus. Because otherwise we would be going yes to per councillor versus a councillor view. So sorry to be a pedant, but that's a short amount of time, and keen to give my team really clear directions.
So so what are you asking for?
Would through the chair. Would you like us to explore, and Brett's already said yes, but I'm cutting his lunch. I'd like confirmed, please, if you would like that on the wallaby issue and a targeted rate in that particular.
Get us there, get the advice, and we can then have a conversation about it. But no, it's not. We're not voting. We're just getting advice.
Yeah, we're just getting a decision on the. Would you be interested? It's not a formal, and being clear, that is not a formal, because we're in a brief, we're not in council, but I just wanted to know we can kick off that little piece of work in preparation for formal decision.
Yeah, and then if it works for this annual plan, then we can do that. If it's not, then we can look. Then we've got the advice. We can then make subsequent decisions.
Yeah. Because I'm not opening the floodgates to a large-scale process.
We've got to make calls. We can't. You guys, it's up to you what you want to do, but we've got to make calls. We've got a lot to get through. We've just got to go yes or no. Cool. Move on. Cool. You've got that. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be. You can have a talk amongst. You need to talk. If you can come and talk to me afterwards, if you want to as well. If you want to get some more. I don't know much about wallabies. Which is why I'd like to understand. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, individual councillors requested. People running the condolences as well. I know there's a council went. I'd quite like to look at it. Thank you. I know we don't have a lot of time, and we do have a couple of hours tomorrow for public transport, so I'd like to get through it.
Public transport should only take a couple of minutes. So. Excuse me, because it'll be on time too.
Dr. Davey, welcome. When you start speaking, and it'd be useful just to introduce yourself as well, because some people who might be online might not know.
Sure. Thank you. And so I'm Tim Davey, Director of Science. And on my right, I have Lee Griffiths, who is the General Manager of Hazards, and Jessie Burgess, who is a Senior Strategy Manager. And I do apologise that I'm losing my voice, and I'm meant to go on for a bit longer this afternoon, so I'm not going to say very much today. Right now, the only thing I just wanted to say is this is about community preparedness and response to hazards. And it is deliberately written there as hazards. It is not just natural hazards. And you'll see as we work our way through that there are other hazards to be considered, contaminated land, navigation hazards that wouldn't necessarily be thought of in the same way as flooding or earthquakes or other forms. So I'm going to hand straight on to Jessie, and we'll work our way through this as quickly as we can.
Good afternoon, councillors. Just similar to the Environmental Regulation and Protection Core Service. So just in terms of context, we deliver this core service in the context of the Resource Management Act, Civil Defence Emergency Management Act, particularly the Soil Conservation and River Control Act for our flood and river resilience work, and our Maritime Transport Act for our navigation safety core service. Also throw in there the Climate Change Response Act, which is something you've seen recently with the National Adaptation Framework coming from central government as well. So just add that into that list. We operate this core service in the context of our partnership obligations, as we said for ERP, our commitments to Ngāi Tahu, and that we're aware and responsive to mana whenua's needs and expectations in that regard. In terms of community engagement, we undertake a lot of engagement with our communities through our river and drainage liaison groups. We have a number of harbours and port agreements that we negotiate. We operate our flood and warning and advisory services. And we also communicate with our community, our stakeholders, our partners through the development of a lot of our strategies and plans. And we've recently done that in the last triennium with our Braided River 100-year strategy, our gravel management strategy review, and also some of the Braided River revival strategies that we've developed over the last few years. And not least the amount of engagement that happened through the regional policy statement drafting as well in the last triennium. There is a lot of overlap between this core service and the ERP core service, Environmental Regulation and Protection, particularly in the outcomes around our natural braided rivers and the extent of our biodiversity and outcomes there. So just bring to your attention that connection. And also, as we all know, climate change is having an impact, significant impact. It's a critical factor in the environmental issues that we face and how we adapt our communities into the future to natural hazards. Is going to be a critical part of our thinking as we go forward, particularly in the context of resource management reform. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Yep. Too fast for me. So some of the key priorities for this core service is around meeting some of our service measure targets for the service delivery, responding to that central government reform, resource management reform, climate change adaptation, changes in the emergency management space, and also in terms of our regulations around maritime functions. One of the critical priorities for us in this space is the flood warning system project, which Lee will touch on as part of the work programs. We also have the delivery of our regional infrastructure funding projects, 12 in total. That's the second tranche of projects that we've received funding from central government. There's also the ongoing advocacy to central government around co-investment into our river flood and river resilience work. And then also we're looking at how we rate our communities going into the future as well through the long-term plan. Lastly there, we've also commenced work on a land strategy. This is how we use our land that we take for river management purposes. And looking at what the future outcomes could be there. So that's something that we'll bring back to you hopefully early next year. We're just engaging with Runanga and other partners in that respect. Key challenges, I've rattled through these quickly. Climate change, as I said before, we're seeing far more frequent and severe flood events. We're also seeing other climate related impacts, fires, storms, wind, etc. So how do we adapt our communities and have them prepared and able to respond? Our communities' expectations are changing, do more for less. And also just in terms of natural hazards and adaptation, what is our role within that space going forward? How do we strategically position ourselves as an organisation, appreciating the context we're currently in as well? I'll hand over to Lee to run you through the core services.
Genevieve's just got a question.
Oh, thank you. Jess, just you were alluding to something about the maritime work that you were. What was that in particular? Oh, okay.
Or, sorry, through you, Chair, we'll cover that as we work through the core services individually, if you like. Yep.
Good afternoon, councillors. I'm going to give you a very brief rundown on the 5 services within this core service on speed. So the first one is flood and river resilience, and then there's the flood and warning and advisory service. That's the main flood component of the hazards core service. There's contaminated land and natural hazards, which is mainly delivered through our science advisory function, our civil defence team, as well as navigation safety delivered through our Harbours Masters office. So there's one slide on each of these. So if you're a budget person and you want to know where all the money is in this core service, it's in this one. So this has about 44 million-ish of the $56 million in terms of expenditure for this core service. So this is where everything sits in terms of maintaining our $850 million of flood assets for our 59 schemes. It's got everything within our current 30-year infrastructure strategy. It's got our regional infrastructure projects in it. It's got our parks and our forests, which are on our land vested in us for flood purposes. Our management of the fluvial gravel resource is in here. Scheme reviews, you name it, most of it's in here, except for our flood warning service, which I'll talk about next, and a little bit of work which sits in ERP. So the flood warning and advisory service is our 24/7 flood response service, which is topical given we're on orange rain warning again in Canterbury. So to improve the resilience of our flood warning network across the region, as well as advance a number of readiness actions, we have stood up a cross-organisational flood warning project that has 5 work streams. The main focus of that currently is on telemetry, and we've been fortunate to get some money through co-investment from central government to advance some of that more work at pace. We also carry out flood flow forecasting to predict what might happen in a flood, as well as map what happens when rivers break out and go across the floodplain as well. The next core service sits in science. It's the contaminated land and natural hazards team. A huge amount of work there in terms of providing advice and technical assessments. There's various projects. We've got a monitoring network right along our coastline, monitoring coastal erosion and accretion, data sets that go back ages, as well as providing natural hazards advice to district councils or landowners that want to know how high they should build their floor levels and that kind of thing if they're in a flood risk area. The next core service is our civil defence team, which are located just down the road in the emergency precinct. So you might be a little bit familiar with them from the recent emergency declaration around the Red Wind event. So they obviously manage the civil defence emergency management group, coordinate lifelines, and carry out a number of readiness activities, as well as training and preparedness. And operate the ECC, which when you get a moment, I'm sure you'll get a tour of at some stage.
Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so a lot of the work is around flooding. What about the wildfire preparedness, planning, management, and then the actual event and then recovery? Is that anywhere in your work stream?
So Environment Canterbury manages 3,000 hectares of lowland plantation forests, as well as a number of river berms. So we have our own fire team out based at the Kaianga depot with a small appliance. So we have our own fire plan for our own land in terms of supporting fens in the right way. should an event happen in the forest or in the river. The other part is through civil defence plans. We are very connected with FENS in terms of what might happen should there be a large-scale fire event in Canterbury. So the example, I guess, from a civil defence point of view was around supporting the Port Hills fires. But in terms of planning what to do, the main role and responsibility does sit with FENS.
Genevieve?
Can I just do a supplementary?
Okay.
So, as a land use, is there, part of consenting to make sure that there is proper fire breaks within our land use planning so that we are planning for these wildfires in the future?
Through you, Chair. So through our planning functions and through district councils, there are potentially rules in district plans for setbacks for forestry and those type of things. So that's managed through that process. But certainly through, I know we're doing work in the mayoral forum space at the moment as well around the climate partnership plan, and there's an action there that looks at adaptation and working and supporting our councils in terms of the adaptation to natural hazards, so including fire and other aspects as well. The longer term as well, we'll be doing spatial planning as per the RM reforms, and so looking at land use, where is the appropriate land use, how do we adapt to natural hazards, etc. It will be part of that discussions, I would imagine. So, and as we develop our regional plans and bring our district plans together in that regard. So, yeah, it's all in that kind of planning space, if you like. Yeah.
Genevieve?
Can I talk about maritime yet?
It was
mentioned again.
John, navigation safety is coming next.
Okay.
We'll do it next if that's okay. John, was that on that point? Yeah.
Thank you. And this is a question for forward iterations of what this council might look like. What are the staffing resources, or what number do we put into an emergency response? I'm just thinking what the future looks like and manpower. We don't need the answer today, but I just sort of crossed my mind, if this organisation morphed into something that's not, what does resourcing for EM management and events look like? So it's a question for later. I thought I'd ask it while I remembered.
Through you, Chair, we do actually have some recent figures on that, I think, so we can bring that back. Yep.
Navigation safety. So do that, and then we'll go straight to Genevieve.
Nav safety, Mighty Harbour Master's Office, so they manage maritime related activities in relation to vessels, both commercial and recreational. They have an involvement with cruise ship activity just at Akarawa and Kaikoura. They promote safe boating activities, supervise the swing moorings, particularly around Banks Peninsula. If there's a wreck or abandoned vessel, they swing into action for those. And not a requirement, but we also do hold currently a contract with the Department of Conservation to offer services for the subantarctic and Kermadec Islands.
Genevieve? You should be ready now.
I should be ready, but I'm probably not. Mine's just regarding the maritime sort of safety and pollutions response for our team. I guess mine's a similar question to John Sunkel there with regard to staffing and resources. Knowing that the government is proposing an increase in inshore vessels and commercial shipping and commercial fisheries, I guess it heightens a risk of pollutions response. And so I'm just making sure that ahead of the game that we have the staffing in there to address. I know we've got some amazing key staff, don't get me wrong, but have we got enough? And the proportion of payback from Maritime New Zealand is proportionate enough for that.
So current state, we have enough. So I know the team were busy in the last month. They carried out an exercise in Timaru in conjunction with Timaru District Council and some contractors that we have there practicing in case there is an event. And similarly, a couple of months ago, they did one in Kaikoura. So currently with injections from staff and some contractors and people from the port, we have enough people trained. We also have National Commander from on our team, which is handy for training people. If we move to different arrangements in the future, we would need to make sure that whatever those new entities, organisations looked like did provide staff for those types of response events. For civil defence, we currently have approximately 150 civil defence staff trained to send down the road should we need them. That's enough, but we would like more. If they were to disperse or arrangements would change, we would need to somehow find those people.
Okay. Yes.
Very small question. I know on the LTP there was, for this year coming, there was a new vessel for the Harbour Master. Is that still on track?
So the Harbour Master has one new vessel now out at Littleton. It is a boat. I think it's currently down in the lakes in South Canterbury. They are currently considering if they need a second vessel, which we do have enough capex for. Should that be needed, we obviously need to crew it. So we're just looking at staff numbers.
Excellent. Thank you.
Well, this is just looking at the expenditure overall, and Lee's already outlined that a large proportion of it goes to the flood and river resilience, 44 million out of 56.8, and you can see the other parts that are in there. So, given the time, we'll move quickly on. In terms of where the funding comes from, you've got about half of it coming from general rates, targeted rates coming through the river liaison committees and other parts as well. Grants, particularly, for example, in the regional infrastructure funding that we've talked about, and then user pays through gravel permits and moorings and other things as well. So that's the breakdown of where the money comes from. In terms of the, excuse me. No, it's fine. Thanks, Lee. Any change proposed for next year's annual plan? You can see there's the Tranche 2 projects that we have talked about already in the Regional Infrastructure Fund. So that just means a changing in budget. Now, most of that is being paid for through long-term loans. So the impact of that on the overall rates is something that has been discussed. Is about to be discussed. Yes, sorry. Moving quickly on. Then the change to Service Measure 19, you might recall when we were going through the annual report, Service Measure 19 and the DIA mandatory measure around stop banks. That just means that we will need to change in the annual plan coming up what that measure is. And then the river and drainage rating meeting, so there's the liaison committees, they give advice on budgets. So that means that as a targeted rate, some of those might be changing leading up, but we haven't had those meetings yet, or we're working our way through them now.
Any questions? I've got one question, Lee. With the Tranche 2 beyond before the deluge, we will have enough ability within the budgets that we have to be able to deliver the existing work and any of that future work without having any potential big impacts on our rates?
Yes, we're currently working through the contracts now. So of the additional projects, which is a $21.5 million program, the local share of that is about $8.7 million. Roughly, we have about half of that well budgeted. We're working through the annual plan, how we treat the rest of it. It will have what I will call a very minor impact, if any, on the annual plan, which you'll see in the next few weeks in draft numbers.
So you're comfortable that we'll be able to deliver?
Yes.
Excellent. Yep. Any other questions? Sarah?
With your wildfire management, or what would that come under contaminated land and natural hazards, 4.4 million, or is that being budgeted for?
The only budget we have for fire is within our regional parks, which is and forests on our own land, and it does come into civil defence budgets in terms of that planning we do for natural hazards as well as event response, and as Jessie described, any other function comes through responding to consent, so user pays through the ERP core service.
Just yeah. I was going to say that same thing through ERP as the planning budgets. Yep.
Cool. Any other questions? If it's a small question, anybody else? Because I'll last calls. Genevieve, you're the last one.
Sorry, it just relates to my Harbour Master question again. The CapEx is there to potentially purchase another vessel, but there's a staffing issue. Potentially, how much staffing, like how many are we potentially need in full-time? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Sorry.
So what our Harbour Master team did was they allowed for a reasonable large amount of CapEx to buy a very large boat when they... I'll send you a photo of the new boat if you haven't seen it. When they did commission the boat they currently got to replace the old one, they got a slightly smaller one, which they can, it fits about 10 people on it, so it's not a small boat. The question the Harbour Master is currently working through is, do they need a second boat in Littleton, and do we need our own boat permanently located in Twizel? In terms of staffing, we're just currently looking through in terms of our current FTE count if we can move to have a permanent staff member in Twizel at least 6 months of the year now.
Excellent. Thank you so much for all of the questions and everything. That's us. We've got the next steps there that everybody can read. We'll be back onto this tomorrow and we'll go through it again with public transport. Thank you so much for the time, team. We'll move straight into our final briefing for the day, councillors can dip in and out if they want to grab a drink or whatnot. Final briefing of the day is nitrates, why does it matter? Now, this is in response to obviously the item from the end of last term, and we're starting to bring back the information so council can build the picture. We've got Tim Davey and Fiona and
Elaine Moriarty.
Elaine, I was.
Let me introduce.
I had your last name in my brain, and it's been a long couple of days. Tim, I'll let you introduce it, and we'll kick in given time.
Thank you.
Team, can we just stop the side talk so we can? Can we please move into the to this next briefing, please, Tim?
Thank you, Chair. So just quickly to introduce, if you don't know Fiona Shannon, I'm sure you remember Fiona from the field trip last week, our Chief Scientist, and Elaine Moriarty, who is our Land and Water Science Manager. We've got a presentation here. It's got a lot of information in it, and we're not going to go through it all in great detail. We wanted to put a lot of it down so you've got it as a reference document, essentially. We'll work our way through it. I would prefer it, if it's all right, if we could work our way through it and then have questions, because it kind of has a logic to it that allows for questions at the end. And
is there broad agreement in that? Awesome. Okay. Nobody's going to let us down now.
Okay.
Go for it.
Thank you. And I'm just hoping that my voice lasts. So in terms of as you're all aware, this is in response to the notice of motion on a nitrate emergency from the last triennium, and we said we would bring back briefings around nitrate as an issue, and this is the first of them. And this is really very much an introductory, what is nitrate, what is it, why do we care about it, what impact does it have, and a little bit of what we can do about it. And then we'll be coming back next week talking about what has been done, particularly in a planning context, and again in response to directly to the notice of motion, talking about lags. And I'm not going to go into what those are right now, but we'll be covering that next week. And then early next year, we will have updated drinking water risk maps and more information on the treating of drinking water, which we've sort of briefly discussed, but we'll have more information on costings and what that might mean and where it would be and that type of information. So I'm going to hand on to Fiona to start off the briefing, and then I'll pick up a little bit later on.
Well, kia ora koutou. Thank you, Tim, for that introduction. And to start us off here, we've just started with a beautiful depiction of the nitrogen cycle. And this is kind of a foundational element, I guess, of this whole nitrate conversation. So just bear with me as we talk through a few components of this diagram here. What it essentially depicts is the transfer of nitrogen from one form to another. So nitrogen exists in many different forms in nature. We find it in organic material within soils, and it also makes up around about 78% of our atmosphere as a colourless and odourless gas. Nitrogen's a really important element because it's essential for many plant functions, and it's also an essential component of protein, and we'll get to that a little bit later. So plants require relatively large amounts of nitrogen, and they can take it up either as nitrate or ammonium, but the preference does tend to be for nitrate. Now, whilst there is a vast amount of naturally occurring nitrogen, the challenge is that the forms that it exists in are typically not directly available for plant uptake. So nitrogen needs to be fixed by certain microorganisms in the soil or through chemical manufacturing processes to enable it to be transformed into a form that is plant available. So in the middle left of the diagram there's some words that say dead matter, decomposes. That organic matter in the soil can be broken down by microorganisms into ammonia, which you see in the sort of bottom left-hand side of the slide there, NH3. That's ammonia, and that can then be transformed into nitrite if we're heading right across the slide, and then on into nitrate through a process called nitrification. And that process is primarily driven by nitrifying bacteria, and the rate at which that nitrification occurs depends on things like soil moisture content, soil acidity, and nutrient status. So as part of this process, the conversion of nitrite to nitrate typically happens quite rapidly, and so nitrite really accumulates in the soil. The other thing to note here, you'll see that both those nitrite and nitrate ions have a little negative charge. That's quite different to ammonium, which is not shown on the slide. Ammonium has a positive charge. Nitrite and nitrate are negatively charged. And that's important because in soils, the positively charged ions are more easily held within the soil, whereas negatively charged ions, like nitrate, are more readily leached. They're essentially repelled by other negative charges in the soil, and that's what makes them vulnerable to leaching. So most leaching happens during times of the year when there's excess soil water, so typically during winter and spring. Essentially, whenever you've got more nitrate in the soil than can be taken up by plants, any excess will be leached if water drains through the soil. The other point to really briefly note here on the right-hand side of the diagram is a little arrow that says denitrification. Denitrification typically occurs in waterlogged soils, and it results in nitrate being reduced back to its gaseous forms, like nitrous oxide, which is a fairly potent greenhouse gas. So the reason why we've put up this nitrogen cycle is because understanding it is really a foundational element for understanding farming systems and working out how to best balance efficient fertilisation to support plant growth whilst minimising excess nitrate in the soil that could be leached. So these are essentially the key points of that cycle. It moves between air, soil and water. Nitrate is, in fact, a natural component of nitrogen, and both ammonium and nitrate are highly soluble in water. The other thing to note, and briefly touched on it, is that nitrogen is a limiting nutrient for plant growth. That's why it's added to soils, and you might be familiar with NPK ratios on your garden fertiliser. So that's a mixture of nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, which are all essential nutrients for plant growth. Now, in agricultural systems, there are a range of methods by which we add nitrogen to the soil to support plant growth. We can apply fertilisers. Fertiliser application in terms of the nitrogen content are typically somewhere in the order of between 30 to 60 kilos of nitrogen per hectare per application. Whereas you can contrast that to urine patches from cows, which are very highly concentrated inputs of nitrogen. Can be anything between the equivalent of 200 to 1,000 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. So very, very highly concentrated. And of course, there are also plants that can fix nitrogen within the soil. Now, I mentioned earlier to just hold that thought that nitrogen is an important component within proteins. And so we've included this slide here to show how that fits as part of a building block of protein. So the little molecule in the top left side of the screen is the general structure of an amino acid. So you've got nitrogen, carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen atoms, and the R that's shown there is essentially just depicting a variable side chain. So these amino acids end up forming long chains, which are essentially the building blocks of protein. And really it's the production of protein for human consumption that forms the basis for most farming. So there are a range of different sources of nitrate in the environment. We've talked a little bit already about fertiliser, animal waste. You might remember Jeremy's conversation on the dairy farm last Thursday, where he talked about cultivation practices and the impacts that they have on nitrate within soils. There are also urban sources of nitrate in the environment. Fertiliser use in lawns, parks, golf courses and so on, contributions via septic tanks, municipal wastewater, various inputs that can contribute nitrate into the environment, as well as some atmospheric fixation processes as well. But in terms of nitrate leaching, or the issues associated with nitrate, leaching is really the key aspect that we're trying to manage when we think about environmental impacts. So we've already talked about nitrate being vulnerable to leaching because it's a negatively charged ion. That's quite different to one of the other soil macronutrients in phosphorus. That's positively charged, and that's why phosphorus becomes more of a problem in runoff and so on. That's a bit of a distraction from today. We just want to focus on nitrate. And so once nitrate enters groundwater, there are very limited mechanisms for its removal. Anaerobic groundwater, which is groundwater that's lacking oxygen, removes nitrate by microbial denitrification, converting it back into nitrogen gases. Algae can also take up nitrate and support denitrification processes, although that typically only happens in shallow or surface-connected groundwater. And stygofauna, which are aquatic invertebrates that live in groundwater, they have varying tolerances to nitrate, but they can graze on algae that may have assimilated nitrate in groundwater systems. So when we think about good management practice to minimise leaching, we're really focused on keeping nitrogen in the soil to support plant growth, whilst minimising the amount of nitrate leached through to groundwater. And again, this is essentially what Jeremy talked to us about on the dairy farm last Thursday. They're actively managing cultivation practices, and they're planting specific crops to take up nitrogen, particularly during winter and spring periods. There's various research going on. Jeremy talked about some of the trials that they're doing on their farm to look at trying to use diet to reduce the concentration of nitrogen in urine patches. And he also talked about how hard they're working to actively minimise leaching by applying only enough fertiliser to meet the soil needs, and by monitoring soil moisture content to ensure that they're applying the right amount of water at the right time. So you might remember some of the graphs that he showed. I think they had some different bands showing the moisture content throughout the soil profile, and they're really targeting their irrigation to just maintain irrigation levels to support plant growth without putting on excess water. And as both Jeremy and Rebecca said last week, actions that have a financial benefit for the landowners, things like careful use of fertiliser and careful application of water, typically have environmental benefits as well. So there is a huge amount of work going on within the agricultural sector to really understand their soil and nutrient management processes to really do the best that they can to minimise leaching. And I'll pass over to Tim now, if he's got any voice left.
Thanks, Fiona. Actually, I'll just go back to the previous slide and just the reason that says in nitrogen terms good management practices about so on and so forth is that it's important to realise good management practice is not just about nitrate. So good management practices is also about other things of sediment loss to streams, protecting biodiversity, and all these other things are in good management practice. But today we're just talking about nitrate, so we've just concentrated on minimising leaching through good management practice, farming good management practice. So that's just why that's expressed in that way. So once the nitrate has leached out of the soil, and it moves, I'll introduce another fancy term that you actually heard on the field trip. You might remember it through the vadose zone. And you may have heard that term. I can't think who said it, but somebody said it, I know, when we were out the other day. The vadose zone is the bit between the soil and the groundwater. So there's often an area that's not fully wet. It just, water can move through it, but it's not fully wet. So it's not in the groundwater table and it's not soil. That's what the reference to the vadose zone. And sometimes the vadose zone can be really big and takes a long time for that to get through. Sometimes it's very shallow and it'll get there very quickly to the groundwater. But the point is, when it's in the groundwater, why do we care? What's the big problem with nitrate? What is it? And I'll work my way through these, but fundamentally we're talking about health concerns from drinking groundwater that has got nitrate in it, and then the fact that groundwater feeds our rivers and streams. And when you've got it in our rivers and streams, elevated concentrations promote excessive algae and plants, and it's also toxic to species that live in the streams and in the groundwater. And by the groundwater there, I'm referring to the stygofauna that Fiona talked about just before. So if we just work our way through these, but before I do so, there's just one clarification that I need to make, because it comes up quite often and you just need to be aware of it, that there are two ways of expressing nitrate concentrations. Both of them are valid. They're just different ways of expressing a similar thing. There's nitrate concentration, or there is nitrate nitrogen concentration, which is to do with how many nitrogen molecules there are in a nitrate. How many nitrate atoms there are in a nitrate molecule. But if you think about drinking water is the easiest way, the maximum allowable value for nitrate concentration is 50 milligrams per litre. For nitrate nitrogen, it's 11.3. That's exactly the same thing. It's just expressed in a different way. Now, in this presentation, and most of the time you'll see in Environment Canterbury, we're talking about nitrate nitrogen. So the figure to remember is 11.3. But sometimes you will see it expressed as nitrate, in which case the figure to remember is 50. So, in New Zealand drinking water standard, the maximum allowable value is 11.3 milligrams per litre. That is a limit set by the New Zealand Department of Health. It's the same as the World Health Organization standard and used by many countries around the world. So, United States, you can see them up there. I can never say that word, so I'm not going to try. But the limit is based on the known effects of a disease. Blue baby syndrome is what we normally refer to it as, which is just to do, I shouldn't say just, it is to do with the inability of bottle-fed babies where there is nitrate-rich water for them to get oxygen, and they end up with blue lips, which is why it's a blue baby syndrome that it's referred to. So it is a known disease. And the limit of 11.3 milligrams per litre is based on a whole lot of work that was done in the 1940s. It was started off in the 1940s in the Midwest Plains of America, looking at high nitrate concentrations and disease factors and coming up with a correlation. And I'll come back to this, but it's really important that there was a correlation between these and there was a known mechanism for why it was a problem. So this 11.3 is based on a known disease, essentially, blue baby syndrome, and that's where the 11.3 milligrams per litre for nitrate concentrations is set from. But there are other health concerns that have been raised about nitrate consumption. So there is a correlation has been drawn in a couple of different places between nitrate concentration in drinking water and colorectal or bowel cancer. And I know, Councillor Davis, you mentioned the article that was in the press over the weekend about bowel cancer and talking about the high incidence of bowel cancer that we have in Canterbury. And we can come back to talk about that in a little while. But there has been a correlation drawn between those two things. And I'm saying that quite deliberately. It is a correlation. There's also a link been made between nitrate concentrations and low birth weights and preterm births. And there is some work that is being done at the moment based from University of Otago Health School and University of Canterbury looking at this issue in New Zealand and in Canterbury in particular. So these are other health concerns that have been raised about drinking water. And remember this, I'm saying this because of why do we care? But it is also important to realise that drinking water is not the only way that people ingest nitrate. And so you get it through food and water, as well as we produce nitrate within the body. And typically around 90% of human nitrate consumption comes from fruit and vegetables. So it's in fruit and vegetables, and that's the main way that we get our nitrate coming into our bodies. I'm not trying to diminish the work that's been done around the correlation, but it is an important factor to remember that it is not just through drinking water that we get nitrate. I'll just go back to the first one around drinking water and colorectal cancer, because it is important that the work that was done in Denmark by Schullener et al., that was a study in 2018 that had a correlation, and it was suggesting that at concentrations above 0.88 milligrams per litre, that there was an increased incidence of colorectal cancer. So 0.88 compared to 11.3, which is the drinking water standard for blue baby syndrome. So that's a really marked difference. At the moment, and this is my understanding, I'm not a health expert, and we are endeavouring to get somebody in next week who can help a little bit on this. But that correlation, there isn't the causative mechanism, the simple causative mechanism. So I said with the blue baby that there was a correlation done where it was shown that there were incidents of the blue baby syndrome, and there was a known mechanism for how that is a problem. In the case with colorectal cancer, there's not a clear mechanism as to how it could be happening. So this is why the New Zealand Ministry of Health and the World Health Organization are not reviewing the current nitrate concentrations for the maximum allowable value, as they consider that the evidence is inconclusive. So it's not to say that there is no evidence there, it's to say that it's inconclusive and that it's not strong enough to require a review of those concentrations. And that's really important. But I don't want us just to think about drinking water. But before I leave drinking water, actually I shouldn't have said that, I'll come back to this question of drinking water, but I just wanted to cover off a little bit about drinking water responsibilities, because this is important when we start thinking about what is our role as a regional council in drinking water. And this diagram has been pulled together just to try and demonstrate the different roles that there are for the different agencies. Fundamentally, there are 4 different types of agencies involved. We're on the left here, Environment Canterbury Regional Council, where we control land use activity and the impact on the water. In the middle there are the territorial authorities, the Christchurch City Council, Ashburton District Council, and you can see the different ones for Canterbury there, who control council supplies, which tend to be their municipal supplies. They're for townships and cities. So they have control over the water that is supplied in those water supplies, and that obviously leads into the what the nitrate concentrations would be, and other contaminants as well. Then you have 2 other organisations. Well, perhaps before I say that, I should say we've got the urban communities and communities that have municipal supplies, but then there are awful lot of people who have private water supplies, some of which take from surface water, but in Canterbury, certainly across the Canterbury Plains, a huge amount take from their own bores, where they're getting their own groundwater. Now, the responsibility for managing their drinking water sits with those people who own the bores. Taumata Arawai, where you can see at the top, who are the drinking water regulator, they set standards for suppliers. But it's really important to realise that private bore owners hold the responsibility themselves for managing their own drinking water. And that includes testing. And then again, that's not just for nitrate, that's also for other contaminants like E. coli. And then Te Whatu Ora and Health New Zealand are responsible for public health and the setting of the limits. Now, it is complicated, and it does make it difficult, but it is important to realise what our role is. The other one that's just not quite, it is down the bottom there, the regulator for land use activity and monitoring water quality across the region, which is the other part that we have. So where we are monitoring the nitrate concentrations and other contaminants in groundwater and in surface water across the region. So that's the different agencies. But I made the comment before that it's not just about drinking water. Drinking water is obviously really important. It's a really important thing, and particularly for private people with private bores, they're getting their drinking water, and nitrate concentrations are very important. But I said that excuse me. I said that the nitrate leaches into the groundwater, and then the groundwater reaches our streams. So particularly our groundwater-fed streams, the Avon River, all of the rivers that feed into Te Wahora, Lake Ellesmere, and a lot. There's a lot across the lower plains. Groundwater-fed streams, which when there is excessive nitrate in the streams, you get excessive plant. Thank you very much, Daphne. So in the same way that nitrogen is a limiting nutrient in plants growing in soil, it's also a limiting nutrient in plants and algae growing in streams. So it's just the same principle. If you've got not much there, you won't get much plant growth and much algal growth. But if you've got excessive nitrogen in the streams, then you'll get a excessive growth of plants and algae. Now, in our many Canterbury streams, it's the growth of periphyton, which you can see in that picture there. That's periphyton, or most of us would think of it as slime on the rocks, but periphyton is the official name. That becomes a nuisance with excessive nutrients, and nitrogen being one of them. So when there's too much in the system, you get excessive growth of periphyton. But periphyton growth is not just influenced by the nutrient. Like any plant, it's also the light availability, phosphorus concentrations, and how often a stream floods. So every time a small flood goes through and there's a bit of sediment and stirring up, it'll clear out the periphyton and you go back to the growth cycle again. So all of these things influence the growth of periphyton in streams. But depending on conditions, periphyton can become a nuisance at concentrations above 0.4 milligrams per litre nitrogen. So again, remember 11.3 is a drinking water standard. 0.88 was what I talked about from the Schuliner study. But at above 0.4 milligrams per litre, it can become a nuisance in streams. Now I say can because of all those other factors like light availability, frequency of floods, and things like that. So shading in a stream becomes really important. It's not just for habitat, it's really important for habitat, but it's also important for periphyton growth. So all of these things influence periphyton growth. So that's in particularly our hill-fed streams, or the streams as they come across the rivers, come across the plains. In our spring-fed streams, which don't get as flooded so often, so they're groundwater-fed or spring-fed streams, they don't get the flushing flows that come down off the hills quite so often. And in our lakes, it's excessive plant growth or algal growth that's the problem rather than periphyton. I'm simplifying things quite a lot here. Periphyton does exist in these other systems, but generally it's plant and algal growth. So again, the same way nitrogen's a limiting nutrient in soil, plants growing in soil, it's also a limiting nutrient growing plants and algae growing in streams and lakes. So the top photograph, that's the Halsell River, Huratini River, just near Moffat's, if you know Moffat's flower, just out of Halsell. And you can see it's got a lot of plant growth, or macrophytes as we would refer to them, but they're plants that are growing in the stream and on the side of the stream and encroaching upon it, and that can create a problem, particularly when they die off and you get oxygen demand and all sorts of things. So it becomes a problem of you've got excessive plants growing in the stream. And then the bottom photograph is showing cyanobacteria growth, which again is in this case is I can't tell if that's a lake or a pond, I'm not quite sure where it is, but that's from excessive nutrients in our rivers and lakes. So this is why nitrate becomes a problem. And then the third aspect of nitrate, I said periphyton and then plant and algal growth, is that nitrate is toxic in streams and lakes. So it's toxic to different species that live in water. So fish, macroinvertebrates, the macroinvertebrates you can see in the bottom right there. And there are two types of toxicity that we talk about. There's acute toxicity, that's when things die. And then there's chronic toxicity. And the best way I always think about this is alcohol poisoning versus what it does to your liver over a long period of time if you drink too much. Acute is the alcohol poisoning, when you drink far too much overnight and you poison yourself and potentially you could die. At concentrations over 20 milligrams per litre of nitrate nitrogen, then we're getting acute toxicity effect on fish. And that's because of the ability of the transfer of dissolved oxygen through the gills. Chronic toxicity, which affects life expectancy and ability to breathe, so that's the equivalent of being an alcoholic, drinking too much. Over your lifetime it affects you rather than you're dying from one single session, so to speak. And I won't go into these, but the studies that have been done around different species of living in water, and this includes New Zealand species, shows these different thresholds. So when you're less than 1 milligram nitrate per nitrate nitrogen, then 99% of species are protected from chronic toxicity. And then as you move up in those concentrations, you'll see that you end up with 6.9 and 80% of species are protected at 6.9. Now that's where some of the thresholds have been set through the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, and you might recognise some of those figures. 6.9 has been a threshold in the past. 2.4 has also been a nitrogen threshold. This is all to do with toxicity of species living in our rivers and streams. So if you kind of pull this together and you think about multiple values, because that's what we're doing when we're managing our groundwater and our streams, we're managing multiple values. Now this diagram, the colours, there's no precise things that I can put on these colours, but they're just showing green is good, red is bad, and there's a transition between the two, I guess. And you can look at drinking water, which I talked about there, in our groundwater, aquatic toxicology, so that was the chronic and the acute toxicology I was just talking about, and then periphyton, that we're trying to manage for all of these values. And I guess the really important thing I would say is, if you just manage for drinking water and groundwater, and you said 11.3 is the limit, then once that water gets through into the streams, you'll have a problem because it's too high for toxicology and for periphyton. And that's why we haven't been managing for a groundwater limit of 11.2. And what you'll see in our plans is that, and this will be talked about more next week, what's in our plans, but they tend to be much lower concentrations in our groundwater that we're seeking because of the ongoing effect and the multiple values. But I would say just a couple of other things, just to always bear in mind when you're thinking about these, that nitrate is not the only influence on stream health. We also need to think about the amount of water in the stream, the amount of suspended sediment, temperature in the shade, other nutrients, potassium and phosphorus, pest species. All of these affect the stream health. It's not just nitrate. And then equally, nitrate is not the only influence on drinking water safety. So E. coli is a major risk. Viruses, heavy metals, all of these things are also an influence on our drinking water safety. So it's not just nitrate alone. But nitrate has been a really major concentration. It has been a concentration of our work. It's been a major focus, perhaps I should have said, of our work around limit setting, and again, this will be covered off into the future. So what can be done to reduce nitrate concentrations? Well, the first thing is about reducing its source. So on-farm actions. So Fiona was talking earlier about good management practices. There are nitrate inhibitors in soils. Now, you may be familiar with some of these. They were very popular in the early 2000s, and then we had a problem because they ended up in the food chain and they were banned. But there's quite a lot of work being done, and it's just coming through now from Lincoln University around different types of nitrogen inhibitors. Now, what that's about is trying to keep the nitrogen in the soil. You know, Fiona said about this thing of balancing, you're trying to keep the nitrogen in the soil so it's available for plant growth and it's not leaching. That's what nitrogen inhibitors are all about. And then the work that's done around nitrate limit setting. So, and the comment that I've got there about farm scale to get beyond good management practice is, and again, this will be covered off next week, is that we talk about good management practice, but a lot of our plans go well beyond good management practice. And they say that farms have to get, in some cases, 90% beyond good management practice. So it's not just saying, set it at good management practice and that'll be enough. In some areas, we've recognised we need to reduce. So in the Sal and Waihora area, 30% beyond good management practice is required to bring down nitrate concentrations across the area. So that's the limit setting is an important part of reducing its source. Infrastructure. When we were out last week, there was the Near River Recharge Site and part of the Managed Aquifer Recharge Scheme, the Hines Hekiel Water Enhancement Trust, and Pete Lowe and Brett Painter talked to us a little bit about that as Managed Aquifer Recharge, as a infrastructure response to nitrate concentrations. And then there are things like, and I won't go into them, but bioreactors that can intercept drains or groundwater. And that's about, Fiona talked about the denitrification. That's about getting it so that it is a lack of oxygen, and then you get the nitrate is reduced and it ends up as nitrogen dioxide, or hopefully nitrogen gas is what you're hoping for overall. So these are responses that can be done in an infrastructure sense. And then getting right to the end of the tap, and this is what we will be bringing back. Ironically, I need a drink of water. Around treating drinking water, but it's not cheap. So there are three basic ways, and I won't go into them, but distillation, reverse osmosis, and ion exchange, they're ways of treating groundwater. And they can be done at an individual drinking water tap. I say they're expensive. They're really expensive at a municipal treatment plant. At an individual house, and we'll be bringing back the figures fully, but I said it the other day, about $1,500 you can get a kit that will do something for a single tap where your drinking water will be coming from, and then there's a running cost of $300 or $400 a year for it to work. So that's kind of working through, but the main emphasis, not the only emphasis, has been on reduce its source, because that's the most effective way, and that's what a huge amount of the work from Environment Canterbury and from particularly the community, farmers in particular, has been on reducing its source. And you saw a lot of that when we were talking with Jeremy last week out on the field trip. So I think I'm there, and I think I've got away with it, with my voice. Just in summary, it's a natural component of nitrogen. It's part of the nitrogen cycle, nitrate. It's not something that is unnatural. It is highly soluble in water, and this is really the problem, because it's so soluble in water that when there's excessive nitrogen, it can leach through into groundwater, and then that excessive nitrate is harmful to humans and to the natural environment. And and we've said it before, but farming good management practice aims to prevent excess nitrate in soil and therefore reduce leaching. That's what a huge amount of farming good management practice is about. And the main, but not the only emphasis has been on reducing its source. That's 20 past. Got time for questions.
Thank you, Tim. I've got questions, so I'll take a list of. I think I saw Joe's hand before, and then I've just seen. Oh my goodness, Megan. How about we just go around the table? So we'll start with Joe because he was the first one I saw, and then we'll go that way.
Is nitrate from drinking water metabolized differently from food?
The simple answer is no, but the slightly more complex answer is that when some of the other things that you have in food, particularly fresh vegetables and fruit, allows for, and I'm not a scientist that can talk too much about this, Elaine. I don't know whether you can as well, but essentially that can suppress some of the problems that nitrate has, and it's actually nitrites that's the problem once it gets into the food system. So that when you are eating fresh fruit and fresh vegetables, that it's to do with some of the vitamins that are with it and something else, and I just can't quite think what it is. It does mean that it is less of an impact than if you're just sort of gulping lots of nitrate water.
Just supplementary quickly, do we have any understanding of whether it flushes through groundwater? That is, if we stopped inputs, like, do we have an idea of, like, over time it would persist or would it flush through?
Yes, and look, this comes onto the lag question that we'll be dealing with next week. But I mean, to stop nitrate, you would have to get rid of the soil. So it's never completely gone. But if you were to go into a system where there was very little leaching through, it will take time for that to work through groundwater. And that's the lag that we talk about, is to do with how long it takes, because groundwater does take a long time to travel through the system.
Andrea?
I thought I would share the conversation I had with Frank Frizzell, who's a sort of an acquaintance. So he gave me about a half an hour of his time, which is really nice because he's in theater a lot. He's one of the leading surgeons in bowel cancer. So first of all, I said, we're worried. And I talked about the Denmark study, and he said, well, yes, well, there's one study, but there's 6 that say that it's not linked. So he said it would be very nice if I could link nitrate to bowel cancer. It would make my job simple. But he says there's nothing out there that can. He's working on his own research at the moment, but it comes down to, he says, the first 30 years of life, what you're putting in your gut. And if you take there's parts of the world that are high risk areas like New Zealand, America, the UK. If you take someone who grew up in a low risk area and as a child and move them to a high risk area, they have a higher risk of bowel cancer. And if you went in reverse, your bowel cancer risk would go down. So he said it's a lot about the first 30 years and what you're eating. And they think now it's the bacteria in our gut and the things that we eat, like sugary drinks, alcohol, meat, smoking, which promotes the bad bacteria rather than the good bacteria that deals with it. He also said that when we drink water with nitrate in it, it's basically absorbed in the stomach and the small intestine. It doesn't get to the bowel. It doesn't get to the large intestine. And that would be why a blue baby syndrome is the problem, because the mothers are drinking it and it's going straight into their stomachs, the baby. So it's still a real problem for our pregnant women. And his research is looking at plastics. So one thing he sees is these 50-year-olds who are getting bowel cancer, and he's thinking, well, why them and why? I mean, yes, a lot of us older people are getting it too, but he believes it's the food we've been eating has been literally smothered in plastic. And a lot of the studies at the moment are looking at the size of the shedded plastic that's in our bodies. He thinks it has something to do with that. And he feels as though, kind of looking back at that whole smoking debate, something about the size of the particles of the smoke is what was causing the cancer. Same with the size of the particles of the plastics. So that's what his research will be. I think it'll be ready in about 8 months. And he'll be looking at the bacteria in the gut and the plastic.
That's very interesting.
I'll just make a quick comment on thanks, Andrew, and well aware of Frank Frizzell's work, and he's certainly contributing hugely into this. And I guess the point I would make is why I was showing that slide there is that we don't want to concentrate on a single value. And by value, I'm talking about values in the sense of what we value rather than a number. Because, if you're just concentrating on drinking water, you're missing out on some of these other things. So I think it just reinforces that there are multiple things that we're managing for here.
I don't mean to be pushy, but we do have external guests coming in, Labour MPs coming in in a couple of minutes. So I've just said that we'll probably squeeze out to another 5 minutes past 3:35. So if we can just sort of get these questions, and if there's any burning questions, we can obviously revisit those at the next briefing on the 4th. So we'll go through to Nettles.
Just a quick clarification and a very quick supplementary. The excess nitrates in soils, am I right that most of it, sort of more than 80%, is from the urine and things from animals, and just a small percentage from some fertilisers?
That's very dependent where you are and what farming system you're on. So it'd be hard to do those figures at a macro scale. So I wouldn't. I don't think that's right. But the thing about the urine is that it's so concentrated in a small area, and therefore you've got these really high concentrations that can move through, and that's why there is particular concern around urine patches.
Just go around.
Right. Supplementary. If I were sitting here 50 years ago, would we be having a conversation, or is it a recent issue?
And actually, I sent around, and it was in the last term, and I can send it around again, a paper that's looked at concentrations, where we've got measurements, and we have got measurements that go back 50 years. And there are areas of hotspots in Canterbury 50 years ago, but the wider extent of it is certainly more common across Canterbury now than it was 50 years ago. So we saw there were areas, for example, out in the kind of Prebbleton, just south of Christchurch, in that area there, where it was quite high nitrate concentrations in the 1970s. But it wasn't as predominant as it is across all of Canterbury.
John Faulkner.
Thanks, Tim. A refresh on presentations from when we were much younger. My question is just in regards to the natural N in the waterways and what sort of limits they would be. I know we had some tests where there was no daring around, but there was a very high N level. Could you just talk to that a little?
Yeah, the whole question of what is the natural concentration is difficult. I'll say that. Because it also depends on what people think of natural. One of the reasons that there were high concentrations that I talked about in the 70s was to do with the rotational cropping that was used, and particularly clovers to get nitrogen into soil. And then when you plough up or cultivate the clover, that puts a flush in, so that you can see quite high concentrations, and it might be around arable farming as well, when there's been no dairy farming, and you will see high concentration. But that's not natural. And I think generally what is thought for groundwater in the Canterbury Plains of what is kind of natural background would be less than 1 milligram per litre.
Megan?
But there are areas where there will be slightly higher.
Right, many questions, pick one. So the one
Sorry, guys.
is you've given information on the difference between acute toxicity and chronic for species that live in water. So thinking about that for humans, and the 11.3 for blue baby syndrome is acute, right? So only need a small amount and it happens. What's the limit for chronic toxicity of humans? And you said you monitor a much lower groundwater level for that reason. What is it?
Unknown. So, and perhaps I should have explained that some of these other things, like the impact on preterm health of babies and things, are chronic toxicity issues. But there's no clear thresholds that we have in the same way, partly because we're allowed to do laboratory experiments on fish and on macroinvertebrates, but we can't on humans, quite rightly, but that would be the way that we would do it.
We've got a couple of other people who have got burning questions. Are you able to email them, or do you really want to get them through? So I know I've got 3 over here at least. Okay, ask it very quickly, and then ask it, and then if you don't get the adequate answer, you can email it in.
I've actually got zillions, but I'll just ask the one. The acute toxicity in water at 20 milligrams per litre, the time frame in which that actually kills creatures within that body of water is extremely short, isn't it? If that pulse goes through, they could be dead within hours, days.
I must confess, I'd have to come back to you on that. I'm not entirely sure. Often when you get a pulse go through, that's actually low oxygen demand that kills the fish. So if there is a spillage into a stream of, let's say, I'll just say milk for the sake of it, but something organic, it's actually the lack of oxygen that will kill the fish rather than the nitrate concentrations. But I'm not entirely sure on that.
Dr. Graham Fenwick, about 10 years ago, did some research on the groundwater ecosystem. So is there any idea about chronic toxicity for those species that clean our water for us in the aquifers?
That's an easy question to answer. The answer is no. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't think there is an impact. It's just there have been no studies done on it. Incredibly hard to find these stygofauna. They're not something that is easy to study. And the work that Graham did, it was pretty. It was more about what species and where they are rather than impact of nitrogen or anything like that on them.
So the last one we've got is Genevieve. One question. If there's any others, we can email them in, and we'll pick them up on the 4th of December.
Mine was regarding some research that came out of, I believe, Ag Research or Lincoln, and it was regarding an alternative to synthetic nitrogen fertilizer. Because what they'd found is the application of synthetic nitrogen fertilizer and increasing the concentration and amount of urine output in cows was increased by about 3 to 5-fold based on synthetic nitrogen fertilizer used topically on the. So they had actually created an alternative that was more natural, a bit like the clover situation, but I believe it was a liquefied something or other. And so my question is really, are you aware, I guess, of research that might be an alternative to the regular synthetics? And do you see it as an increase of outputs based on that?
Thank you for the question. I'm not absolutely aware of that work. But I guess the ethos that we've had as an organisation has been that we'll set limits, and that will drive the type of research that you're talking about, because people will want to have alternatives that are slower release nitrogen, or different ways of farming to reach those limits. So we don't necessarily get involved in some of the research, the detailed research on how it could be done. What I often think say that one of the things that I'm really pleased about is that things like our limit setting has driven a lot of that research, and it has driven a lot of the work to try and make it so, we're again coming back to, it's all about trying to balance soil and water, nitrate in the soil to allow plant growth and not leaching down. And
Thank you, Tim. We're going to have to come to a close there. We've got externals coming in to see us, and we don't want to keep them waiting too long. But we really appreciate that you've given us that first part. We've got another one on the 4th of December, and that'll be a series of stuff. So if there's any other questions related to today, who can we email them to? Governance or to somebody directly? Governance? Okay,
Governance.
So send them into governance. They'll find their way to the right place. And we can pick them up on the 4th of December, and we can continue this dialogue. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone.